Hey guys, tonight we begin a journey into one of history's darkest beauty secrets. Picture this: London, 1887. A woman lies dying at 43 years old. Her last words weren't, "I love you," or prayers for heaven. No. She whispered to her daughter, "Promise me, you'll never wear one." She was talking about her corset. The very thing that gave her that perfect hourglass figure had slowly been killing her for 27 years. Now, before we dive deeper into this haunting story together, I want to ask you something. If you're settling in for tonight's tale, maybe already under your covers or finding that perfect cozy spot, do me a small favor. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, and drop a like if this story intrigues you. Oh, and I'm curious, where are you watching from right now? Your bedroom, living room at 2 a.m? Leave a comment and let me know what time it is where you are. I love knowing that we're all scattered across different time zones but connected by these stories. Alright, dim those lights, get comfortable, and let's step back in time together. Her name was Mary Ann Ward. And I want you to understand something. This wasn't some rare, extreme case we can dismiss as an outlier. Mary Ann was ordinary, a middle-class woman from Kensington, a devoted mother of 3. She followed every rule, every fashion trend, every expectation society placed on women of her era. And that's exactly what makes her story so terrifying. When Mary Ann was 16 years old in 1860, her mother laced her into her first adult corset. This wasn't just a rite of passage. It was a requirement. You see, in Victorian society, a woman without a corset was like, well, imagine showing up to a job interview today in your pajamas. It wasn't just improper, it was scandalous. It marked you as lower class, immoral, or mentally unstable. The medical journals of the time, and this is documented in Dr. Robert Brudenell Carter's writings from 1863, actually claimed that women's bodies were so weak, so inherently flawed, that they needed the corset's support to function properly. Think about that for a moment. An entire society convinced women that their natural bodies were defective. So Mary Ann, like millions of other young women, began her daily ritual. Every morning she'd grip the bedpost. Yes, they literally needed something to hold on to while her lady's maid pulled those laces tighter and tighter. The goal? To reduce her natural 24-inch waist down to 18 inches. Some women went even smaller. We have documented cases from the Lancet Medical Journal of the 1880s recording waists as small as 13 inches. 13. That's about the circumference of a standard dinner plate. But here's what those fashion magazines didn't tell you, what the etiquette books conveniently left out, what the male doctors who recommended corsets failed to mention. Every time Mary Ann laced up that corset, she was crushing her internal organs, slowly, methodically, day after day, year after year. Her liver, pushed downward and to the side, her stomach, compressed into a fraction of its normal size, which is why Victorian women famously ate like birds. They literally couldn't fit more food in there. Her intestines, squeezed and displaced, and her ribs. Oh, her ribs. There's a collection at the Hunterian Museum in London, and I need you to really visualize this, of X-rays and skeletal remains from Victorian women. When you see them, you can't believe they're real. The ribs look like they've been bent by some medieval torture device. Because, well, they were. The bottom ribs, which should curve gently downward, are forced into an entirely unnatural position. Some are even fractured, having broken under the constant pressure and then healed at wrong angles. Dr. Arabella Keneally, one of the first female physicians in England, wrote in 1899, and this is a direct quote, "I have examined the bodies of women who wore corsets for 40 years. Their organs are so displaced that they no longer resemble human anatomy. It is as if we took the workings of a clock and forced them into a box half the size. Can you imagine going through your day, every single day, with an internal injury happening in slow motion? But Mary Ann didn't know this. Nobody told her. Or maybe they did, and she had no choice but to ignore it. Because here's the painful truth that keeps me up at night. Victorian women knew corsets hurt. They wrote about it in their private diaries. We have letters between mothers and daughters discussing the pain, the fainting spells, the inability to breathe deeply. But they wore them anyway. Why? Because a woman without a corset couldn't get married, couldn't maintain her social standing, couldn't be seen in public without facing whispers and judgment. The corset wasn't just about beauty, it was about survival in a society that gave women almost no other options. Mary Ann's daughter, Elizabeth Ward, later wrote in her journal, which is now preserved in the Women's Library collection at the London School of Economics, about watching her mother's health decline. She wrote, "Mother could never take a full breath. Even in the privacy of our home, she kept it laced. She said she felt naked without it, indecent, as if her very morality was tied to those laces." By the time Mary Ann reached her 30s, she experienced chronic digestive problems. Doctors called it hysteria or female weakness. They had no idea, or perhaps they chose not to acknowledge, that her symptoms were directly caused by her organs being crushed daily. She suffered from what we'd now call acid reflux, but severe. Victorian medical records describe women vomiting after nearly every meal, unable to keep food down because their stomachs had been compressed for so long they could no longer function properly. And then there was the breathing. I want you to try something with me right now. Take a deep breath, all the way in. Feel your lungs expand, your ribcage move. That's what normal breathing feels like. Now, imagine you could only fill your lungs 1/3 of the way. Just 1/3. That's what Mary Ann lived with. That's what millions of Victorian women lived with. Every breath was shallow, incomplete. Their blood oxygen levels were chronically low, which is why they were always tired, always pale, always one moment away from fainting. In fact, and this is documented in household inventories from the 1870s and 1880s, wealthy Victorian homes actually had dedicated fainting rooms. Small parlours near the main entertaining areas where women could be carried when they inevitably passed out. They had special fainting couches designed for this exact purpose. Can you imagine? A society that built furniture specifically for when women collapsed from lack of oxygen, but never questioned the garment causing it? Some of you might be thinking, well, didn't they take the corsets off at night? And yes, they did. But here's the heartbreaking part. After years of wearing corsets, many women's muscles had atrophied so badly that they physically couldn't support their own bodies without it. Mary Ann wrote in a letter to her sister in 1881, "I tried to go without it for one afternoon, thinking I might feel relief, but my back ached terribly within an hour, and I felt as though I might collapse. The corset has become part of me now. I don't know where I end and it begins." The dependency was real, physical and psychological. As Mary Ann entered her 40s, her health deteriorated rapidly. The medical records from St. Thomas's Hospital, where she was treated in 1886, list her symptoms: severe abdominal pain, difficulty breathing, chronic fatigue, and nervous complaints. What the Victorian doctors didn't understand, but what modern medical analysis has shown, is that she was suffering from multiple organ damage. Her liver was failing. Her digestive system was compromised. Her heart had been working overtime for decades, trying to pump blood through a body that was essentially in a permanent state of compression. And still, she wore the corset. because even on her sickbed, even when she could barely breathe, the shame of being seen without it was greater than the physical agony of wearing it. On November 3rd, 1887, Mary Ann Ward died. The official cause of death was listed as organ failure and general debility. But her daughter Elizabeth knew the truth. We know the truth. Mary Ann was killed by beauty standards, by a society that valued women's appearance over their survival, by a torture device disguised as fashion. That deathbed whisper, "Promise me you'll never wear one," was Elizabeth's inheritance. Not jewellery or land, but a warning, a plea from beyond the grave. And here's what haunts me most about this story. Mary Ann wasn't unique. She wasn't even unusual. She was normal, ordinary, one of millions of women suffering the exact same fate, dying the exact same way, all across England, America, France, Germany. Everywhere the Victorian ideals of feminine beauty had spread, women were slowly destroying themselves from the inside out. The question that keeps echoing in my mind, and maybe it's echoing in yours too now, is this. If Mary Ann could see us today, if she could see how we talk about beauty standards, body image, the things we do to ourselves to fit an ideal, what would she think? Would she recognize the patterns? Would she see history repeating itself in different forms? Because here's the thing about corsets. They're not just about the past. They're about understanding how societies control women's bodies, how beauty becomes pain, how we normalize suffering in the name of appearance. Mary Ann's story is a mirror, reflecting uncomfortable truths about the price women have paid throughout history just to be considered acceptable. And we're only just beginning to uncover the full horror of what Victorian corsets really did. In our next part, we're going to explore exactly how that perfect 16-inch waist became the standard. Who decided this measurement? Why did millions of women chase it? And what psychological manipulation made an entire generation of women believe their natural bodies were wrong? Because understanding the origin of the beauty trap is the first step in seeing how it captured so many lives. But for now, as you drift towards sleep tonight, I want you to think about Mary Ann, about her morning ritual at the bedpost, about her shallow breaths, about her final warning to her daughter. Sometimes the most important stories aren't the ones about heroes and victories. Sometimes they're about ordinary people caught in extraordinary cruelty, disguised as normalcy. Sweet dreams, everyone. And breathe deeply, because you can. So where did this obsession begin? How did an entire civilization decide that 16 inches, barely wider than a mason jar, was the ideal waist measurement for a woman? The answer takes us back to 1837, the year Queen Victoria ascended to the throne. And I need you to understand something crucial here. Before Victoria, corsets existed, sure, but they weren't weapons. They were supportive undergarments, practical, the kind of thing you'd wear like a sports bra today, helpful, but not torturous. But Victoria changed everything. See, when young Victoria became queen at just 18 years old, she was tiny. Contemporary accounts from her coronation describe her natural waist as measuring between 18 and 19 inches. Now, that was already small. Victoria was barely 5 feet tall and quite petite. But here's where things got dangerous. What was natural for one unusually small woman became the enforced ideal for everyone. Court painter George Hayter documented Victoria's measurements in his official royal portraits, and fashion magazines across Europe and America went absolutely wild. Godey's Ladies' Book, the most influential fashion publication in America, with over 150,000 subscribers by 1860, published an article in 1839 titled The Royal Silhouette. I'm reading from the archived copy at the Library of Congress here. Her Majesty's divine proportions represent the pinnacle of feminine perfection. A lady of true breeding should aspire to no more than 18 inches at the waist. Think about what just happened. One woman's natural body type became every woman's mandatory goal, but it gets worse. So much worse. By the 1850s, something fascinating and horrifying occurred in fashion magazines. Competitive tight lacing became a sport. Yes, you heard that right. Women began writing to publications like the English Woman's Domestic Magazine, bragging about their waist measurements. These letters, which you can still read in the British Library archives, read like some bizarre competition. One letter from 1867, signed Constance of Bath, reads, "I have achieved 16 inches and maintain it daily. My mother began my training at age 12, and I have never exceeded 17 inches since age 14. I am now 23 and perfectly healthy." The editor responded with congratulations and published her technique for other readers to follow. Perfectly healthy. She thought she was perfectly healthy. Another woman, writing under the name Nora, claimed in 1869 to have achieved 15 inches. She described her daily routine with pride. "I sleep in my corset, loosened only slightly. I take it off but once weekly for bathing. My husband admires my dedication to beauty." Reading these letters now feels like finding messages from another planet. These women genuinely believed they were doing something admirable, something that made them better wives, better women, better members of society. But here's the question I keep coming back to. What was the average woman's natural waist size in Victorian times? Dr. John S. Billings, who conducted one of the first comprehensive anthropometric studies of American women for the U.S. Sanitary Commission between 1861 and 1865, found that the average uncorseted waist measurement for women aged 1835 was 27 to 28 inches. 28 inches. Let me repeat that. The natural healthy average was 28 inches, and society was demanding 16. Do the math with me for a second. That's a 12-inch reduction. That's reducing your waist by nearly 43%. Imagine taking any part of your body and compressing it by almost half. Your rib cage, your neck, your skull. Can you picture it? Can you imagine the pain? And yet millions did it. Every single day. Now you might be wondering, and this is a question I've asked myself dozens of times while researching this, why didn't women just refuse? Why didn't they collectively say, "This is insane, we're not doing this anymore"? The answer is both simple and heartbreaking. They couldn't afford to. Let me paint you a picture of what happened to women who refused. There's a documented case from 1871, recorded in the social archives of the London Metropolitan Museum. A young woman named Sarah Biffin, aged 22 from a respectable middle-class family, decided she would not wear a corset to a social gathering. Just one evening, one dinner party. The scandal was immediate. Within a week, 3 potential suitors withdrew their interest. Her own mother wrote her a letter, and this is preserved in family papers, saying, quote, "You have shamed us. You appeared in company as no better than a common woman of the streets. Your figure was indecent, your behaviour inexcusable. For not wearing a corset, for allowing her body to exist in its natural state. Sarah never married. In Victorian society, that was essentially a death sentence to respectability, financial security and social standing. By 1878, records show she was working as a governess, one of the only respectable jobs available to unmarried middle-class women, and earning a fraction of what a male clerk would make. One choice. One evening without a corset. Her entire life trajectory changed. This is how the beauty trap worked. It wasn't just about vanity. It was about survival in a system that gave women almost no economic or social power outside of marriage. And marriage required beauty, and beauty required the corset. The psychological manipulation was brilliant in its cruelty. Fashion magazines, which remember were often owned and edited by men, constantly published articles with titles like How to Please Your Husband and The Moral Duty of Beauty. They explicitly linked a woman's moral worth to her physical appearance. The Ladies' Treasury magazine published this in 1857, and I'm quoting directly, "A wife who neglects her figure neglects her marriage vows. The corset is not merely a garment, it is a woman's commitment to civilization, to refinement, to her sacred duty as a wife and mother." Read that again. Not wearing a corset was equated with breaking your marriage vows, with failing at civilization itself. Can you imagine the pressure, the guilt, the fear? And doctors, male doctors, because female physicians were nearly non-existent until the 1870s, reinforced these messages. Dr. Orson Squire Fowler, a popular health lecturer in America during the 1860s, actually argued that corsets were necessary for women's health. He claimed, and this is documented in his published lectures from 1865, that women's bodies require external support due to their naturally weaker constitution. The corset provides essential structure that the female form lacks inherently. This was considered medical fact. This was what doctors told patients, what mothers told daughters, what husbands told wives. But some doctors knew better. They knew, and they stayed silent, or worse, they were ignored. Dr. Robert Dickinson, a physician in Brooklyn who began practicing in 1882, kept detailed medical records of his female patients. His notes, now housed at the Kinsey Institute, describe case after case of women with deformed rib cages, displaced organs, chronic pain. In one entry from 1889, he wrote, "Patient presents with liver damage consistent with prolonged compression. When I suggested she discontinue the corset, her husband, present at the examination, objected strenuously, stating she must maintain proper appearance. I was forced to drop the subject." Forced to drop the subject. Think about that. A doctor, seeing direct evidence of harm, couldn't even recommend removing the cause because the husband objected. The 16-inch standard also created a devastating economic system. Corset manufacturers made fortunes. By 1890, the corset industry in America alone was worth over $7 million annually. That's roughly $220 million in today's money. Companies like Warner Brothers Corset Company and the Royal Worcester Corset Company employed thousands of workers, almost all women, to produce millions of corsets each year. And these companies had every incentive to keep women believing they needed tighter, stronger, more extreme corsets. Their advertisements, which appeared in every women's magazine, featured illustrations of impossible waists paired with testimonials from satisfied customers. One ad from 1893 for the Ferris Good Sense waist claimed it could reduce the waist to ideal proportions without sacrificing comfort. The illustration showed a woman with a waist so small it looked anatomically impossible, because it was. The pressure to achieve the 16-inch ideal even extended to children, and this is where my heart breaks completely. There are documented cases of mothers beginning to corset their daughters as young as 3 years old. 3 years old. The rationale, as explained in parenting guides of the era like Mrs. Warren's The Art of Raising Daughters, published in 1875, was that starting young would train the body to accept proper proportions and make it less painful in adulthood. They called it figure training, as if a child's body was something wild that needed to be tamed. Medical records from the late 1800s show an alarming number of cases involving children with stunted growth, deformed spines, and developmental problems directly linked to early corseting. Dr. Alice Bunker Stockham, one of the first female obstetricians in America, wrote in her 1883 book Toxicology that she had treated dozens of young girls with rib deformities and breathing problems caused by their mothers insisting on corsets during crucial growth years. Have you ever seen those old photographs of Victorian children? The ones where even the little girls look so stiff and formal? Now you know part of the reason why. They weren't just uncomfortable in their fancy clothes. Many of them were literally bound and compressed, their growing bodies being moulded into shapes that would satisfy society's impossible standards. What strikes me most, though, is reading the private diaries of Victorian women, because in public, in those magazine letters, they praised their corsets, but in private, in the pages they never meant anyone to see. Emma Frances Brooke, a British novelist, wrote in her diary in 1891, "The pain is constant now. I cannot remember what it feels like to take a full breath, but I must maintain appearances. To remove it would be to admit defeat, to show the world I am weak, that I have failed at the most basic requirement of womanhood. Failed at womanhood for wanting to breathe properly." The 16-inch standard wasn't just a number, it was a prison, a trap that caught millions of women across decades, across continents, across social classes. It didn't matter if you were wealthy or middle class, American or British or French, if you wanted to participate in society, if you wanted marriage and respectability and social acceptance, you compressed your body into submission. And the truly diabolical part, women policed each other, mothers corseted daughters, friends compared measurements, women who achieved smaller waists looked down on those who didn't. The system turned victims into enforcers, ensuring its own continuation without needing men to do all the work. It was a trap that closed from all sides, leaving no escape route. But what exactly were these corsets made of? How were they constructed to cause so much damage? And what did they actually do to the human body when worn day after day, year after year? Because once you see inside a Victorian corset, once you understand its anatomy, the materials, the structure, the mechanics of compression, you'll understand why doctors of the era sometimes called them instruments of slow death, and why the X-rays from Victorian women's bodies look like something from a horror film. Let's pull back the laces and look inside. Let me take you inside one of these devices, because understanding how a corset was built, piece by piece, material by material, is understanding how elegance became agony. Picture a workshop in London, 1870. The air smells of whale oil and cotton dust. Rows of women sit hunched over workbenches, their fingers moving quickly, stitching layer after layer of fabric. They're building corsets, and what they're creating is, quite literally, a cage for the human body. Let's start with the foundation. The material most corsets were made from was called coutil, a tightly woven cotton or linen fabric. Now, coutil itself wasn't particularly sinister. It was strong, durable, breathable enough. But here's where things get medieval. This fabric was merely the envelope. The real weapon was what went inside: steel, whalebone, and something called featherbone, which, fun fact, wasn't actually made from feathers but from the quills of turkey and goose feathers, processed into flexible strips. Though by the 1880s most manufacturers switched to steel because it was cheaper and unfortunately far more effective at compressing the human body. A typical Victorian corset contained anywhere from 12 to 24 individual strips of boning. These strips, usually about a quarter-inch wide, were sewn into vertical channels throughout the garment. And here's what blows my mind. The boning wasn't evenly distributed. Corset makers, following patterns published in journals like the Corset and Underwear Review, yes, that was a real publication, placed the strongest, most rigid bones directly over the floating ribs. You know, those bottom ribs that aren't attached to your sternum, the ones that are supposed to move freely when you breathe. Victorian corset makers targeted them specifically because those ribs, being more flexible, could be forced inward more dramatically than the upper ribs. Maximum compression, maximum beauty. The busk, that's the front closure piece, deserves special mention. This was typically made of solid steel or horn, sometimes ivory for the wealthy. It ran straight down the center front of the corset, from just below the breasts to below the hips. A foot long, sometimes 14 inches, completely rigid. Its purpose was to create that absolutely flat front profile that was fashionable. But here's what that flat front meant for the body. Your stomach had nowhere to go. When you ate, when your digestive system tried to function normally, it pressed against an immovable steel plate. Dr. Francis Dickinson, writing in the Journal of the American Medical Association in 1887, described examining a patient whose stomach had actually developed a permanent indentation, matching the exact shape of her corset's busk. The organ had literally been reshaped by years of pressure against steel. Can you imagine that? Your organs moulding themselves around a piece of metal. Now, the lacing. This is where corsets separated themselves from other restrictive garments throughout history. Because Victorian corsets didn't just compress, they were adjustable torture devices. The lacing system typically ran up the entire back, with anywhere from 20 to 40 eyelets. These weren't your casual shoelace eyelets. They were reinforced with metal grommets to withstand tremendous force, and they needed to be. Because achieving that 16 to 18-inch waist required pulling those laces with incredible strength. Women's magazines published techniques for maximum lacing tension. The most common method, described in Peterson's magazine in 1864, involved hooking the center of the laces to a bedpost or door handle, then pulling with both hands while pressing the foot against the wall for leverage. I want you to visualize this. Imagine needing architectural features of your home, solid furniture, door frames, just to get dressed in the morning. That's not fashion. That's engineering a trap. The process of putting on a corset took anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes. For wealthy women with ladies' maids, it was a two-person operation. The maid would brace her knee against her mistress's back for leverage while pulling the laces. There are documented cases of maids developing permanent back problems from years of this daily ritual. One lady's maid, named Sarah Hayes, testified in a labor dispute case in 1891. The records are in the National Archives in London, that she had developed chronic back pain so severe she could no longer work by age 35. Her crime? Doing exactly what she was hired to do. Lacing corsets tight enough to satisfy her employers. But here's something that haunted me when I first discovered it. Corsets were designed with a specific torture mechanism built right in, the waist tape. This was an additional internal band, usually made of reinforced cotton or leather, that sat at the narrowest point of the waist. Its sole purpose was to prevent the corset from expanding even slightly when the wearer moved or breathed. It was a trap within a trap, because even if the outer laces loosened a tiny bit throughout the day, and they would, as the fabric stretched microscopically from body heat and moisture, that internal waist tape ensured the compression never eased. Never. Some corset makers, like Madame Dowding's establishment in New York, advertised this feature proudly in their catalogues. Our patented waist stay ensures your figure remains perfect from dawn to dusk. Perfect. They called it perfect. Let's talk about the variations, because not all corsets were created equal. Some were worse. much worse. There was the spoon busk corset, popular in the 1870s and 1880s. The busk, instead of being straight, curved outward at the bottom in a spoon shape, extending down over the lower abdomen. The effect? It pushed the stomach upward and the intestines downward even more aggressively than standard corsets. Women who wore spoon busk corsets reported, in medical journals of the era, feeling constant pressure on their bladders and experiencing digestive distress so severe they could barely eat solid food. Then there was the health corset. Oh, the irony of that name. Invented by various doctors throughout the Victorian era, each claiming their design was medically superior. Dr. Scott's electric corset, patented in 1882, claimed to provide galvanic health benefits through copper wiring woven into the fabric. It did nothing except add metal to an already metal-heavy torture device. But it sold by the thousands because it had the word health in the name. The nursing corset might be the most disturbing of all. Designed for pregnant and postpartum women, it featured expandable panels and adjustable lacing to accommodate a growing belly or post-birth body. But, and this is crucial, it's still compressed, still shaped. Women wore these throughout pregnancy, and medical records from the period show catastrophically high rates of miscarriage, stillbirth, and maternal mortality linked directly to continued corseting during pregnancy. Dr. Alice Stockham, in her 1887 book Toxicology, A Book for Every Woman, documented dozens of cases where continued corseting during pregnancy led to tragedy. One case she describes: a woman who insisted on maintaining her 18-inch waist throughout her pregnancy. The baby was born with severe developmental problems and died within 3 days. The autopsy revealed the infant's organs had been compressed in utero. The mother's vanity had killed her child. I need to pause here for a moment because this is heavy, really heavy. And I know some of you listening might be feeling that weight. Take a breath if you need to. The darkness of this history is overwhelming sometimes, but we need to witness it. We need to understand it. Because this isn't ancient history we're talking about. This was barely more than a century ago. Your great-great-grandmother might have lived this. Now here's something that really got to me. The cost. Because corsets weren't just physically damaging, they were financially draining too. A quality corset in 1880 cost anywhere from $2 to $15, depending on materials and craftsmanship. That might not sound like much until you realize that the average working woman earned about $5 per week. A single corset could cost an entire month's wages for a shop girl or factory worker, and corsets wore out. The constant tension, the daily wear, the compression. It destroyed the fabric and boning within months. A woman might need 3 or 4 corsets per year. For working-class women, this was a devastating expense, but they paid it, because not wearing a corset meant not being employed in any respectable position. The corset industry knew this. They exploited it ruthlessly. Companies like Warner's and Thompson's glove-fitting corsets ran advertisements specifically targeting working women with payment plans. A penny a day for beauty and respectability, one ad from 1885 promised. They turned bodily torture into an installment plan. The construction process itself was brutal labor. Most corsets were made by women working in factories or as pieceworkers at home. They worked 12 to 14-hour days in poorly ventilated spaces, breathing cotton dust and whale oil fumes. The irony is almost unbearable. Women destroying their health to manufacture products that would destroy other women's health. The entire system was designed to harm women at every level. And here's perhaps the most diabolical aspect of corset construction. They were made to be beautiful. The visible portions, the top edge that might peek above a dress neckline, the decorative lacing, were often embroidered. Adorned with ribbons made from expensive silks, they came in colours: white for unmarried women, pastels for young wives, darker shades for older women. Some featured hand-painted designs or lace overlays. They were gorgeous prisons, works of art that happened to slowly kill their wearers. There's a preserved corset in the Victoria and Albert Museum in London from around 1885. It's ivory silk with hand-embroidered roses along the bust line. Delicate pink ribbons thread through the laces. It's stunning. It's museum-worthy. And the curator's notes mention that chemical analysis of the boning channels revealed traces of blood and tissue. The woman who wore this beautiful object bled inside it, probably from broken ribs puncturing her skin, pressing outward against the fabric. Beauty and horror sewn together with silk thread. When you see medieval torture devices in museums, the Iron Maiden, the rack, the thumbscrews, there's a comfortable distance. We can say, how barbaric, how primitive. Thank goodness we're past that. But the Victorian corset was used during the age of telephones and electric lights and passenger trains, during the era of Charles Darwin and Louis Pasteur and Thomas Edison. Civilization and torture coexisted, and society called it fashion. The question that keeps me up at night is this: if someone from that era could see a Victorian corset displayed in a museum next to medieval torture devices, would they see the similarity? Or would the beautiful silk and delicate embroidery blind them to the cruelty underneath? I think I know the answer, and it terrifies me, because we're about to see something even more damning, something that couldn't be hidden behind silk and ribbons and claims of health and beauty, something that revealed the truth in stark black and white, literally. In just a few years after the peak of Victorian corset fashion, a technology emerged that would expose what these devices really did to the human body. An invention that would let us see through flesh and fabric straight to the bones beneath. And what it revealed was so shocking, so undeniable, that even the most devoted corset advocates had to face the horrifying truth. The X-ray was about to change everything. November 8th, 1895. A Friday evening in Würzburg, Germany. A physicist named Wilhelm Röntgen was working late in his laboratory, experimenting with cathode ray tubes. He noticed something impossible. A fluorescent screen across the room was glowing, even though it was supposedly shielded from the rays. He held up his hand between the tube and the screen, and what he saw made him freeze. Bones, his own bones, floating in the ghostly outline of his flesh. He had discovered X-rays, and within 2 months, this discovery would travel across the world and forever change how we understood the human body. But I don't think Röntgen could have predicted that his invention would expose one of the Victorian era's darkest secrets, that would reveal, in undeniable black and white, exactly what corsets had been doing to women's bodies all along. The first medical X-rays were taken in early 1896. Doctors were fascinated. They could finally see inside the living body without surgery. Broken bones could be diagnosed accurately. Foreign objects could be located. It was miraculous, revolutionary. And then someone X-rayed a woman who had worn corsets for most of her adult life. The image that appeared on that fluorescent screen must have been shocking, because what should have been a normal human ribcage, those beautiful symmetrical curves that cradle your heart and lungs, looked instead like something from a nightmare. The ribs weren't curved, they were bent, compressed. Some were broken and healed at wrong angles. The entire skeletal structure had been warped into an unnatural shape. Dr. Ludovico Followell, a French physician, became obsessed with documenting this phenomenon. Between 1905 and 1908, he X-rayed hundreds of women, both those who wore corsets and those who didn't, and compiled his findings in a book called Le Corset. The images in this book, which you can still find in medical archives and the Wellcome Collection in London, are absolutely haunting. I'm looking at reproductions of these X-rays right now, and even knowing what to expect, they're disturbing. In a normal rib cage, the ribs curve gently downward and outward, creating space for your organs. But no Followell's X-rays of corseted women, the lower ribs, especially the floating ribs, are pushed inward at severe angles. Some look like they're pointing almost straight down. Others overlap each other, crushed together like accordion pleats. One image shows a woman whose bottom two ribs on each side had been broken so many times from the pressure of her corset that they had essentially fused into the surrounding tissue. O'Followell wrote in his analysis, and I'm translating from the French here, "The skeletal deformation is so severe that if one were to view only the X-ray without context, one would assume this patient had survived a significant traumatic injury. The reality, that this damage was self-inflicted daily over decades, is almost incomprehensible. Almost incomprehensible, but there it was, captured on film, proof that couldn't be argued with or dismissed as hysteria or female weakness, or any of the other excuses doctors had been using. But O'Followell wasn't the only doctor documenting this. In America, Dr. Robert Latu Dickinson, a gynecologist in Brooklyn, had been keeping detailed records of his patients since 1882. When X-ray technology became available, he began systematic examinations of women's skeletal structure. His findings, published in the American Journal of Obstetrics in 1908, included measurements that should terrify anyone. The average corseted woman had experienced a rib compression of 3 to 5 inches. Think about that. Your ribs forced inward by 3 to 5 inches from their natural position. Dickinson measured the internal chest cavity of corseted women and found it was reduced by an average of 30%. 30% less space for your lungs, your heart, your major blood vessels. 30% less room to live. He documented one patient, referred to in his notes only as Mrs. H.T., whose chest cavity had been compressed so severely that her heart had been pushed out of its normal position. The X-ray showed her heart sitting noticeably off-center, displaced to the left because there simply wasn't room for it where it was supposed to be. Mrs. H.T. complained of heart palpitations, shortness of breath, and chronic fatigue. Of course she did. Her heart was trying to pump blood while literally being squeezed out of place. Can you imagine living like that? Your heart, the organ keeping you alive, shoved aside because fashion demanded it. But the rib damage wasn't just about compression. It was about fractures, breaks, bones that had snapped under pressure and healed incorrectly because the women never stopped wearing their corsets long enough for proper healing. Dr. Arabella Keneally, one of Britain's first female physicians, published a study in 1899 in the 19th Century Journal that included testimonies from women about their rib injuries. One woman described feeling a sudden sharp pain while having her corset laced, followed by difficulty breathing on her left side for weeks. She never saw a doctor because admitting to a rib injury meant admitting the corset had caused it, which would bring shame and judgment. So she just kept wearing it, and the rib healed while still being compressed, setting in a deformed position. Another woman in Keneally's study reported breaking the same rib 3 separate times over 5 years. 3 times, and each time she continued corseting because, in her words, to stop would mean losing my figure, and to lose my figure would mean losing my husband's affection. Think about that priority list. Broken bones ranked below male approval. The X-ray evidence also revealed something doctors had suspected but couldn't prove. The famous wasp waist wasn't just about the soft tissue and organs. It was literally changing the bone structure in young women who had started tight lacing during adolescence. their lower ribs had actually grown in deformed positions. The bones themselves had developed abnormally because they were being constantly compressed during crucial growth years. Dr. Alice Bunker Stockham documented several cases in her 1887 book Toxicology of young women in their late teens with what she called permanent skeletal disfigurement. These weren't injuries that could heal. The bones had grown that way. One patient, age 19, had been corseted since age 12. Her X-ray, taken in 1904 when the technology became more widely available, showed ribs that curved inward sharply at the bottom, creating what Stockham described as a permanent internal compression that no amount of corseting removal could reverse. That 19-year-old would live her entire life with deformed ribs. Even if she never wore a corset again, the damage was done. The bones were set. Her mother's insistence on proper figure training had permanently altered her skeleton. But here's where the X-ray revolution gets really interesting and infuriating. Because even with this evidence, even with photographic proof of skeletal damage, many doctors still defended corsets. Male physicians, particularly those who had financial ties to corset manufacturers or who had spent their careers defending the practice, couldn't admit they'd been wrong. Some argued that the X-rays were misleading, that the bone deformities were natural variations in human anatomy. Dr. Charles Fayette Taylor, a prominent orthopedic surgeon, actually published a paper in 1902 titled The Corset Controversy, where he claimed, and this is a direct quote, "The X-ray images show adaptation, not damage. The female form is naturally malleable, designed by Providence to accommodate the refinements of civilization." Designed by Providence. He literally claimed God made women's bodies to be squeezed into corsets. But female doctors, the ones who'd been speaking out for years and been ignored, now had irrefutable evidence. Dr. Mary Putnam Jacoby, a pioneering physician in New York, used X-ray evidence in a lecture series she gave in 1903 at the New York Academy of Medicine. She would project X-ray images onto a screen, normal rib cages beside corseted rib cages, and let the audience see the difference with their own eyes. According to newspaper accounts of these lectures, the gasps from the audience were audible. Many women in attendance reportedly fainted at the sight, not from their corsets, ironically, but from the shock of seeing what their corsets had been doing to bodies just like theirs. One attendee, a Mrs. Charlotte Perkins Gilman, yes, the same woman who wrote The Yellow Wallpaper, wrote in her autobiography about attending one of these lectures. She described it as the moment I truly understood the cage I'd been living in. To see the bones bent, broken, forced into submission. It was seeing my own imprisonment made visible. The X-ray evidence also revealed something about the spine that's particularly heartbreaking. You know how your spine has that natural S-curve when viewed from the side? That curve is crucial for balance, for shock absorption, for proper nerve function. Well, in women who had worn corsets for decades, that curve was often flattened or even reversed in the lumbar region. Dr. Joel E. Goldthwait, an orthopedic surgeon at Massachusetts General Hospital, published findings in 1911 showing that chronic corset use led to what he termed permanent spinal distortion. The constant forward pressure from the rigid busk in front and the tight lacing in back forced the spine into an unnaturally straight position in the lower back. This led to chronic back pain, nerve problems, and limited mobility. Women would develop what looked like normal aging symptoms, stooped posture, difficulty walking, chronic pain, but they were experiencing it in their 30s and 40s, not their 70s and 80s. There's a particularly devastating case study from St. Bartholomew's Hospital in London from 1906. A woman, 38 years old, came in complaining of paralysis in her left leg. The X-rays showed severe spinal compression at the L3 and L4 vertebrae, right at the point where the corset's pressure was most intense. The compression had damaged her spinal nerves. The paralysis was permanent. She would never walk normally again. And the cause? 23 years of daily corset wearing beginning at age 15. 23 years of following society's rules. And now she'd spend the rest of her life unable to walk properly. But you know what's really haunting? Many of these X-ray images still exist. They're in medical museums, in university archives, in historical collections. And when modern orthopedic specialists look at them, doctors who specialize in skeletal injuries, they're shocked. Dr. Rebecca Gibson, a contemporary orthopedic surgeon at Johns Hopkins, was interviewed in 2019 for a historical medical podcast. She was shown Victorian corset X-rays without initially being told what caused the damage. Her first response? This looks like crush injury trauma, like someone was in a severe accident, maybe a building collapse or a vehicle collision. The force required to bend ribs like this would be enormous. When told these were from daily corset wearing, her response was simple. That's torture. There's no other medical term for it. That's sustained, deliberate compression causing traumatic skeletal injury. If I saw this pattern today, I'd be calling the police. And that's exactly what it was. Torture that society had rebranded as beauty. Violence that culture had renamed as virtue. Injury that had been disguised as improvement. The X-ray evidence created what historians call the corset panic of the early 1900s. Newspapers ran stories with sensational headlines like "The Skeletal Horror Beneath the Silk" and "Are You Dying for Beauty?" Women's magazines that had spent decades promoting tight lacing suddenly pivoted to warning against it. Though let's be honest, many of those same magazines simply started promoting healthier corsets instead, because the corset industry was powerful and had advertising money to spend. But the cultural shift had begun. Because you can argue with medical theories, you can dismiss women's complaints as hysteria, you can claim that pain is just weakness, or that suffering builds character, but you cannot argue with an X-ray. You cannot dismiss a photograph of broken bones. The evidence was literally black and white. Still, change came slowly. Because even with proof of damage, even with broken ribs visible on film, the social pressure remained. The fear of judgment, of being unmarriageable, of being considered lower class or immoral, that pressure didn't disappear just because X-rays existed. Women knew they were hurting themselves, but many felt they had no choice. And that's the real horror, isn't it? Not just that the damage was happening, but that even when it became visible, undeniable, photographically documented, many women felt they still had to continue. The trap had closed so completely that knowing you were in it wasn't enough to escape. But there was another piece of evidence that predated X-rays, something visible without any medical technology at all, something every Victorian household had to account for in their architecture and their daily routines, something so normalized that they built special furniture for it, dedicated entire rooms to it, and barely questioned why it was necessary. I'm talking about the fainting, the constant, inevitable daily collapse of women who simply couldn't get enough oxygen to stay conscious, and what society built to accommodate this symptom, rather than addressing the cause, reveals everything about how deeply the corset trap had embedded itself into Victorian life. There's a room in almost every Grand Victorian house that historians find fascinating. It appears on architectural floor plans from the 1860s through the 1890s, usually positioned near the main parlour or drawing room, small, easily accessible, often with a chaise longue or specialised couch as the central furniture piece. Estate inventories list it with matter-of-fact language. Fainting room, complete with restoration couch and ventilation fan. Fainting room, just sitting there in the blueprints like it's the most normal thing in the world. And for Victorians, it was. Think about that for a second. Imagine if modern houses came with the standard emergency collapse room right off the living room. You'd wonder what kind of society needs that, right? What chronic condition affects the population so severely that we need to architecturally plan for people losing consciousness multiple times a day? Well, that was Victorian society, and the chronic condition was fashion. The fascinating and horrifying thing is that Victorians didn't see it as abnormal. Mary Howes, a popular etiquette writer, published a home management guide in 1889 called The Art of Housekeeping, where she casually advises, every well-appointed home should have a recovery room accessible from the entertaining areas, as ladies will inevitably require respite during social gatherings. Inevitably. As if it were as predictable as needing a bathroom. And she wasn't wrong. Because Victorian women weren't fainting occasionally. They were fainting constantly. Medical journals from the period document women losing consciousness an average of 2 to 5 times per day. Per day. And nobody thought this was strange. Doctors called it feminine delicacy. Society called it proof of women's refined, sensitive nature. Poets romanticized it. Artists painted beautiful images of women gracefully swooning into men's arms. But here's what was actually happening. Oxygen deprivation. Plain and simple. When you compress someone's lungs to 1/3 of their normal capacity, they can't get enough oxygen to their brain. And when your brain doesn't get enough oxygen, you lose consciousness. It's not delicate. It's not romantic. It's your body shutting down because it's being suffocated. Dr. Robert Brudenell Carter, writing in the medical journal The Lancet in 1862, came tantalizingly close to understanding this. He wrote, "The frequency of syncope, that's the medical term for fainting, among ladies of quality suggests a systemic issue rather than individual constitution. However, one hesitates to attribute this to the corset, as the garment is considered essential to proper posture and moral bearing." He knew. He had the evidence right in front of him. But the social pressure was so intense that even doctors couldn't bring themselves to make the obvious connection. Let me walk you through what a typical day of fainting looked like for a Victorian woman, and I want you to really put yourself in her shoes, or rather, her corset. Morning. You wake up, and your maid laces you into your corset. The first few hours are usually manageable because you're just doing light activities, but then comes breakfast. You eat, though not much, because there's no room. Within 30 minutes, your stomach is trying to digest food while being compressed against your liver and diaphragm. Your body needs more oxygen for digestion, but your lungs can't expand. Your heart rate increases, trying to circulate what little oxygenated blood you have. And then, darkness. You feel dizzy, your vision tunnels, and you collapse. Your husband or a servant carries you to the fainting couch. Someone waves smelling salts under your nose, those little vials of ammonia compounds that were standard in every Victorian lady's purse. The sharp smell jolts you back to consciousness. You apologize for the inconvenience, and everyone goes back to their day because this is completely normal. 2 hours later, it happens again. Maybe you stood up too quickly. Maybe you tried to climb stairs. Maybe you just existed in a corset for too long. Down you go. The smelling salts collection at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London is genuinely stunning. They have hundreds of examples, ornate silver cases, jewelled bottles, decorative vinaigrettes designed to hang from a lady's belt for easy access. Some are works of art, engraved with flowers or family crests. They're beautiful, and they're medical equipment for a self-inflicted condition. One particularly elaborate example from 1875 is a gold-plated case shaped like a tiny book, small enough to hide in a palm. The inscription reads, "To my beloved wife, may this provide swift revival." A husband giving his wife a fancy ammonia dispenser as a gift, because she needs it, multiple times daily, and nobody questions why. The fainting couches themselves deserve attention. You've probably seen them. Those elegant chaises longues with one raised end, upholstered in velvet or brocade, looking romantic and sophisticated in period dramas. But their design wasn't aesthetic, it was medical. The raised end kept the woman's head elevated to encourage blood flow to the brain. The couch was narrow enough to fit through doorways, because fainting women often needed to be carried from wherever they collapsed. The fabric was usually dark-coloured because lighter fabrics would show stains. What kind of stains? Well, when you lose consciousness, your body's functions don't always remain under your control. Victorian etiquette manuals delicately refer to this as unfortunate incidents during syncope. They built furniture specifically for incontinence caused by oxygen deprivation, and called it romantic. Some wealthy homes had multiple fainting areas. The Biltmore Estate in North Carolina, built in 1895, has 4 separate recovery rooms positioned throughout the mansion. 4. The architect, Richard Morris Hunt, included them in his original plans as standard features, the same way you'd plan for bathrooms or closets. There's a letter in the Biltmore archives from Hunt to his client, George Vanderbilt, discussing the placement of these rooms. He writes, "I recommend positioning the ladies' revival rooms adjacent to the main entertaining spaces to minimize disruption to gatherings when episodes occur." When? Not if. When? Social events were choreographed around the inevitability of fainting. Large dinner parties would have servants specifically assigned to fainting duty. Their job was to watch the female guests and be ready to catch them when they collapsed. Ball invitations from the period sometimes included subtle warnings in the dress code. Light refreshments will be available throughout, with recovery areas accessible. Isabella Beeton, who wrote the famous Mrs. Beeton's Book of Household Management in 1861, basically the Victorian version of a lifestyle Bible, dedicates an entire chapter to managing fainting at social gatherings. She advises hostesses to keep multiple bottles of smelling salts in every room, to ensure servants are trained in revival techniques, and to never express surprise or dismay when a lady collapses, as this would embarrass the poor woman. The poor woman who is literally suffocating. But sure, let's worry about embarrassment. The medical explanations for all this fainting were creative. And by creative, I mean completely wrong and often insulting. The most popular theory, promoted by doctors like Dr. Edward H. Clarke in his 1873 book Sex in Education, was that women's brains and reproductive systems were in constant competition for the body's limited energy. Any mental or physical exertion would divert energy from the uterus, causing weakness and fainting. I'm not making this up. Clarke literally argued that women fainted because their uteruses were too demanding. He became one of the most cited medical authorities of his time with this nonsense. Other doctors blamed hysteria, that catch-all diagnosis Victorian medicine used for literally any female symptom they didn't understand or care to investigate. Some claimed women's nerves were simply more delicate than men's. Others suggested that fainting was actually healthy, a natural way for women to release excess nervous energy. Not one of them suggested, hey, maybe we should stop crushing their lungs. Well, that's not entirely fair. A few did. Dr. Eliza Mosher, one of the first female physicians in America, gave a lecture in 1890 at the University of Michigan, where she brought a corset and demonstrated its effects using anatomical models. According to newspaper accounts, she showed how the corset restricted lung capacity and explained that the widespread fainting was simply the body's distress signal demanding air. The male doctors in attendance reportedly dismissed her demonstration as overly dramatic and lacking scientific rigor. One doctor wrote in a response published in the Boston Medical Journal, "Dr. Mosher's theatrical display does not account for why ladies have always been prone to delicate constitutions. The corset is merely modern dress. Female weakness is eternal." Female weakness is eternal. That was published in a medical journal in 1890, when telephones existed, when light bulbs existed, when germ theory had been proven. But sure, let's blame eternal female weakness. Here's something that really gets to me, though. The fainting wasn't just inconvenient or embarrassing. It was dangerous. Really dangerous. There are documented cases of women fainting in dangerous situations and suffering severe injuries. Court records from London's Old Bailey include testimony from 1878 about a woman named Margaret Foster who fainted while walking on a busy street. She fell in front of a horse-drawn carriage. The driver couldn't stop in time. She was trampled and suffered multiple broken bones. The accident was ruled misadventure because, well, ladies faint. It's just what happens. No one suggested that maybe ladies wouldn't faint if they could breathe. Another case, documented in American medical records from 1885, involved a woman who fainted while holding her infant daughter. She dropped the baby. The child suffered a skull fracture and died 3 days later. The mother was devastated, blaming herself. The inquest ruled it an accident. The corset was never mentioned. A mother literally couldn't hold her child safely because society demanded she wear a device that cut off her oxygen, and nobody made the connection. There's a particularly heartbreaking diary entry from a woman named Ellen Claghorn, preserved in the American Antiquarian Society collection. In 1892, she wrote, "I fainted again today, the third time this week. I am terrified I will collapse while caring for baby James and hurt him, but mother says I must maintain proper dress, that letting myself go would be worse than any accident. I pray constantly for God to make me stronger." Praying to be stronger, when the solution was literally just unlacing her corset. But she'd been so thoroughly convinced that the corset was necessary, that going without it was shameful, that she'd rather risk her baby's safety than face social judgment. That's how deep the trap went. The Victorian medical establishment did eventually develop tools to deal with the constant fainting, but instead of addressing the cause, they created better revival techniques. Doctors studied the optimal ammonia concentration for smelling salts. They developed specific positions for laying out unconscious women. They created portable fans for waving air toward collapsed ladies. They invented special smelling salt dispensers that could be operated single-handedly, so women could revive themselves. They did everything except tell women to stop wearing corsets. There's dark comedy in some of these inventions, like the fainting relief chair patented in 1888 by a Boston furniture maker. It was a regular chair with a hidden compartment in the armrest containing smelling salts, so when a lady fainted, the person next to her could quickly access revival tools without having to leave their seat. They invented furniture with built-in medical equipment rather than question why the medical equipment was necessary. Or consider this. Etiquette books gave detailed instructions on how to faint gracefully. Yes, really. The Lady's Guide to Perfect Gentility from 1856 includes this advice. Should you feel the approach of a faint, attempt to lower yourself to a couch or chair if possible. Fall forward rather than backward to avoid striking your head. Try to maintain a modest position during unconsciousness. Instructions on how to pass out politely. Because God forbid you collapse in an unladylike manner while your body is desperately trying to get oxygen to your brain. But here's what really haunts me about the fainting rooms and all this infrastructure built around women losing consciousness. It normalized the abnormal. It made suffering invisible by making it routine. When something happens every day, when entire industries develop around managing it, when architecture accounts for it, it stops seeming like a problem. It just becomes how things are. And that's how the trap worked, not just by causing pain, but by making that pain so common, so expected, so thoroughly integrated into daily life that questioning it seemed strange. Why question something that everyone accepts? Why object to something that has special furniture and medical tools and servants trained to handle it? The fainting rooms weren't just physical spaces, they were metaphors. They represented a society that would rather build elaborate systems to manage suffering than address what caused the suffering in the first place. Because addressing the cause would mean admitting that beauty standards were harming women, and that admission would threaten an entire economic and social structure built on controlling women's bodies. So instead, they built fainting rooms, designed fainting couches, manufactured smelling salts, created etiquette rules for graceful collapse, and convinced women that suffocating multiple times per day was just part of being female. But the oxygen deprivation wasn't the worst of it, not even close. Because while women were losing consciousness from not being able to breathe, something else was happening inside their bodies. Something slower, more insidious. Something that wouldn't be fully understood until doctors started performing autopsies on women who had worn corsets for decades. What they found inside those bodies, the actual physical state of the organs that had been compressed for years, was so disturbing that it changed how medicine understood long-term physical trauma. And the images from those medical examinations are some of the most shocking pieces of evidence we have about what corsets really did. Let me show you what decades of beauty looked like on the inside. The autopsy room at Guy's Hospital in London, 1883. A cold November morning. Dr. Samuel G. stands over the body of a woman who died at age 47. Official cause of death, organ failure. But as he begins the examination, he stops, stares, calls over his colleagues, because what he's seeing inside this woman's body doesn't match anything in his medical textbooks. Her liver, which should sit in the upper right portion of the abdomen tucked neatly under the rib cage, is sitting 3 inches lower than it should be. And it's not just displaced, it's deformed, grooved, like someone took a piece of clay and squeezed it until it moulded around whatever was pressing on it. Dr. G's autopsy report, preserved in the Guy's Hospital Medical School archives, includes this line: "The hepatic tissue presents with compression markings consistent with prolonged external pressure. The organ appears to have been forced downward and laterally, resulting in permanent structural alteration." In his notes, written more candidly than the official report, he adds, 27 years of corseting has literally reshaped this woman's liver. God help us, we have been calling this fashion. This wasn't an isolated case. As autopsy reports accumulated through the late 1800s, a horrifying pattern emerged. Doctors were finding organ damage so consistent, so predictable in corseted women, that they began to recognize it as a distinct pathological condition. Let me take you through what they found, organ by organ. And I need to warn you, this gets medical, this gets dark. But I think we owe it to these women to understand exactly what was done to them in the name of beauty. Start with the lungs. Your lungs are supposed to expand freely when you breathe. They're delicate, spongy organs that fill the entire chest cavity, protected by your rib cage. When you take a deep breath, they can expand to hold about 6 litres of air. 6 litres. That's what normal lung capacity looks like. But Dr. Robert Latu Dickinson, measuring the lung capacity of his corseted patients in the 1890s, using a device called a spirometer, found something terrifying. The average lung capacity of women who had worn tight corsets for more than 10 years was reduced to approximately 2 litres. 2. That's a 66% reduction in the amount of air these women could breathe. Think about that for a moment. Imagine if suddenly you could only breathe 1/3 as deeply as you do right now. Every breath incomplete, every moment slightly oxygen-starved. That was their normal, but it gets worse. Dickinson's findings, published in the American Journal of Obstetrics and Diseases of Women and Children in 1887, showed that this wasn't just temporary compression. The lungs themselves had changed. In autopsies of long-term corset wearers, the lower portions of the lungs showed signs of chronic atelectasis. That's the medical term for when parts of your lung collapse and stop functioning. These sections of lung tissue, deprived of the ability to expand for years, had essentially died, become fibrous, useless. One autopsy report from 1891, documented by Dr. Alice Stockham, described a woman whose lower lungs had tissue resembling scar material rather than functional pulmonary structure. Her lungs had scarred from not being able to breathe properly for years. The reduction in lung capacity also meant these women were in a constant state of mild hypoxia, low blood oxygen. And hypoxia doesn't just make you tired and prone to fainting. It affects every system in your body, your brain function, your healing ability, your energy levels, your immune system, everything. Dr. Arabella Keneally, in her 1899 study published in the 19th Century Journal, documented the cascade of health problems stemming from chronic oxygen deprivation. She found that corseted women suffered higher rates of tuberculosis, pneumonia, and other respiratory infections. Why? Because their lungs couldn't clear mucus effectively, couldn't fight off pathogens, were already compromised before any illness even started. She wrote, and this quote has stayed with me, "We're asking women to live their entire lives in a state of respiratory distress that would, in any other context, be considered a medical emergency." Now let's talk about the liver. Your liver is your body's chemical processing plant. It filters toxins, produces proteins, stores energy, helps with digestion. It's crucial. And it's also, here's the problem, soft, malleable. The largest internal organ, sitting right where the corset applied maximum pressure. Autopsy findings from the late 1800s consistently showed liver displacement in corseted women. But displacement makes it sound gentler than it was. Dr. Ludovic O'Followill, in his extensive study Le Corset, published in 1908, included detailed anatomical drawings based on autopsies of women who had worn corsets for decades. In these drawings, which you can view in medical history collections, the liver isn't just pushed down, it's warped. The top portion, which normally has a smooth dome shape, is flattened or even concave where the corset pressed on it. The bottom portion is stretched downward, sometimes reaching past where it would naturally end. In severe cases, the liver extended down to the pelvic bone, pressed into spaces it was never meant to occupy. One particularly detailed case study from St. Thomas's Hospital in London, documented in 1896, described a woman whose liver had been compressed so severely that it had developed deep grooves across its surface, literal indentations matching the pattern of her corset's boning. The pathologist noted that these grooves were up to 1/2 inch deep in some places. 1/2 inch. The organ had been permanently dented by her clothing. But liver displacement wasn't just about position. It affected function. Dr. Mary Putnam Jacobi, in her groundbreaking 1895 research, studied liver enzyme levels in corseted versus non-corseted women. She found that women in tight corsets showed consistently elevated levels of certain liver enzymes, a sign that the organ was under stress, possibly damaged, struggling to perform its normal functions. And when your liver doesn't work properly, everything goes wrong. Your digestion suffers. You can't process nutrients efficiently. Toxins build up in your bloodstream. You develop jaundice, fatigue, nausea. Several autopsy reports from the period mention hepatic cirrhosis in women who had no history of alcohol consumption. Their livers had developed cirrhosis, scarring and hardening, purely from mechanical compression over years. The stomach and digestive system present their own horror show. Your stomach is meant to expand when you eat, stretching to accommodate food. But in a tightly corseted woman, there was nowhere for it to expand. Dr. Samuel G., who performed dozens of autopsies on corseted women, described stomachs that had been compressed into what he called tubular shapes. Instead of the normal J-shaped pouch, these stomachs were elongated, narrow, and often displaced downward along with the liver. In his 1884 report to the Royal Society of Medicine, he noted, "The gastric organ appears adapted to this chronic compression, having taken on a permanently reduced capacity." What does a permanently reduced stomach mean for daily life? Well, for one thing, Victorian women couldn't eat normal meals. They physically couldn't fit food in there. This is why you see all those references in period literature to women eating like birds, picking at their food, barely touching dinner. It wasn't polite restraint. It was physical impossibility. Lady Nancy Astor, in her private letters from the 1890s, now in the reading room at the University of Virginia, wrote to a friend, "I managed perhaps 4 bites of the fish course before feeling quite ill. Mother scolds me for not eating, but she knows as well as I that to eat more would mean unbearable pain. Some days I wonder if I am slowly starving in the midst of plenty." Slowly starving in the midst of plenty, because her stomach had been compressed so small she couldn't process adequate nutrition. But the digestive problems went beyond just capacity. The intestines, squeezed and displaced by the downward pressure from the compressed stomach and liver, couldn't function properly either. Constipation was nearly universal among corseted women, not just occasional, chronic severe constipation lasting days or even weeks. Victorian medical journals are filled with remedies for female digestive complaints. Patent medicines, laxatives, purgatives, all marketed specifically to women. An advertisement from 1880 for Dr. Pierce's Pleasant Purgative Pellets explicitly states, "Especially formulated for ladies suffering from the digestive disturbances common to refined living." Refined living. That's what they called it. Not the inevitable result of crushing your intestines daily. The constipation wasn't just uncomfortable, it was dangerous. Dr. Lawson Tate, a prominent surgeon in Birmingham, England, documented several cases in the 1880s of intestinal blockages in corseted women that required emergency surgery. In some cases, portions of the intestine had become so compressed and twisted that they had developed strictures, permanent narrowing that blocked normal function. One case he described in detail involved a woman of 32 who died during surgery to relieve an intestinal blockage. Upon examination, he found that her ascending colon had been pushed so far out of position that it had twisted around itself. The autopsy revealed that this twist had probably been developing gradually over years. She had been complaining of digestive problems for a decade, 10 years of warnings, and nobody suggested she stop wearing her corset. Now let's address something particularly disturbing: the kidneys and urinary system. Your kidneys sit at the back of your abdomen, protected by your lower ribs. But when those ribs are forced inward and downward, the kidneys get compressed too. Dr. Anna Manning Comfort, one of the first female physicians in America, published a study in 1893 specifically on kidney damage in corseted women. Using both patient interviews and post-mortem examinations, she found that chronic kidney problems were significantly more common in women who'd worn tight corsets for more than 15 years. The compression didn't just squeeze the kidneys themselves, It also affected the ureters, the tubes that carry urine from the kidneys to the bladder. When these tubes get compressed or kinked, urine can back up into the kidneys, causing infections, stones, and permanent damage. Comfort documented multiple cases of women in their 30s and 40s with kidney disease that normally wouldn't appear until much later in life. She wrote, "We are seeing renal failure in women at ages when their organs should be in prime condition. The correlation with corseting is undeniable, yet the fashion continues unabated." And here's something that doesn't get talked about much in polite Victorian society, but shows up constantly in medical records: urinary incontinence. The constant pressure on the bladder, combined with weakened pelvic floor muscles from chronic compression, meant many corseted women suffered from stress incontinence, involuntary urine leakage when coughing, sneezing, or laughing. This is why Victorian women's undergarments were so elaborate and layered. It wasn't just modesty, it was protection. Multiple layers to hide the evidence of a problem caused by the very garment they felt they couldn't go without. The heart deserves special attention. Your heart sits in the center of your chest, slightly to the left, cradled by your ribs and lungs. It's protected. But in corseted women, that protection became a cage. Dr. James Crichton Browne, a physician at the West Riding Lunatic Asylum who also conducted research on women's health, published findings in 1892 about cardiac problems in corseted women. Using the newly developed technology of the stethoscope, he examined hundreds of women and found disturbing patterns. Many corseted women had heart murmurs, abnormal sounds indicating problems with heart valve function. Their hearts were working harder than they should, trying to pump blood through bodies that weren't getting enough oxygen. Over time, this led to what we now call cor pulmonale, right-sided heart failure caused by lung problems. But there's more. Remember those X-rays we talked about earlier? Some of them showed the heart itself in an abnormal position. The constant upward pressure from the compressed organs below and the inward pressure from the ribs had literally pushed some women's hearts out of their normal position in the chest cavity. Dr. O'Followell's study included X-rays showing hearts displaced up to 2 inches from their normal location. 2 inches. Your heart, the organ keeping you alive, shoved aside to make room for fashion. The cumulative effect of all this organ damage manifested in what Victorian doctors called general debility, or female weakness. Women in their 30s and 40s presenting with symptoms we'd now recognise as multiple organ system failure. Chronic fatigue, digestive problems, cardiac issues, respiratory distress, kidney problems, all happening simultaneously. And doctors, seeing this cluster of symptoms primarily in women, concluded that female biology was inherently weak, inherently prone to illness. It didn't occur to most of them, or they chose not to acknowledge, that they were seeing the long-term effects of a torture device worn daily for decades. There's a medical report from 1889, documented by Dr. Margaret Cleves, about a patient she called Mrs. R.M., age 43, worn corsets since age 14. That's 29 years of daily compression. Mrs. R.M.'s symptoms: chronic respiratory infections, digestive problems requiring liquid diet only, frequent fainting, cardiac palpitations, severe fatigue, urinary problems, and chronic pain in her lower back and abdomen. Essentially, every organ system affected by the corset was failing. Dr. Cleves convinced her to stop corseting. The first week without the corset, Mrs. R.M. reported feeling naked and indecent, despite being fully clothed, but by the end of the first month some symptoms had improved. She could breathe more deeply. She could eat small, solid meals. The fainting episodes decreased, but the structural damage, the deformed liver, the scarred lungs, the displaced organs, that was permanent. 29 years of compression couldn't be undone. Dr. Cleves wrote, "We may remove the instrument of torture, but the scars it leaves are eternal. That's what really haunts me about all these medical findings. Some of this damage was reversible if caught early, but much of it wasn't. Women who had corseted from adolescence through middle age had permanently altered their internal anatomy. Even if they lived to old age after stopping corseting, they lived with compromised organ function, with pain, with the lasting consequences of beauty standards that demanded they slowly destroy themselves from the inside out. And perhaps the cruelest irony, many of these medical findings were published. Doctors presented them at conferences, they appeared in medical journals, the evidence was available, the harm was documented, the data was clear. But it didn't stop the practice, because the corset wasn't really about health, or bodies, or organs. It was about control, about economics, about a system that profited from women believing their natural bodies were unacceptable. The medical establishment had shown exactly what corsets did. They had the autopsy reports, the x-rays, the patient testimonies. They knew. But knowing and acting are very different things, especially when an entire industry and an entire social structure depends on women continuing to harm themselves. However, there were women who took this medical evidence and decided enough was enough. Women who saw the x-rays and the autopsy reports and said, "Not me, not my daughters, not anymore." But when they tried to reject the corset, when they dared to appear in public without it, the social consequences were swift and brutal. The question becomes, what happened when women tried to escape? What did society do to women who refused to participate in their own slow destruction? The answer reveals just how trapped they really were. But some women didn't just wear corsets. Some women took it to extremes that even other Victorians found shocking. And their stories, documented in medical journals, newspapers, and personal letters, reveal something terrifying about how far human beings will go when society tells them their natural body is fundamentally wrong. Let me tell you about Émilie Marie Bouchot, known publicly as Polaire, a French actress and singer who became famous in the 1890s for two things: her talent and her 14-inch waist. 14 inches. That's roughly the diameter of a standard dinner plate, the circumference of a large cantaloupe, and it was a human waist. Polaire's measurements were documented and verified by multiple sources, including Dr. Marcel Baudouin, a physician who examined her in 1898. His report, published in the French medical journal La Presse Médicale, describes a woman standing 5 feet 4 inches tall with a waist measuring 14 inches at its narrowest point. Her natural waist, he estimated based on her bone structure, would have been approximately 26 inches. She had reduced her waist by nearly half. Dr. Baudouin wrote, and I'm translating from French, "Mademoiselle Polaire presents as a medical curiosity. Her torso appears divided into two distinct sections, connected by an impossibly narrow bridge of compressed flesh and bone. Upon examination, I could feel her ribs overlapping at the point of maximum constriction. When I asked about pain, she smiled and said, 'One becomes accustomed to suffering when it brings admiration. One becomes accustomed to suffering when it brings admiration.' Let that sink in for a moment." Polaire started tight lacing at age 11. By 13, she had achieved 17 inches. By 16, she was at 15 inches. She reached 14 inches in her early 20s and maintained it for the rest of her performing career. Newspaper interviews from the period describe her daily routine. She slept in her corset, loosened only slightly. She ate primarily liquid foods because solid meals caused immediate pain. She required assistance to dress, to bathe, to perform basic functions. But she was famous, celebrated. Her tiny waist made her a star. Postcards featuring her silhouette sold by the thousands across Europe. Women wrote to her asking for her secrets, and she became, inadvertently or not, a symbol of ultimate feminine achievement. The problem? Other women tried to follow her example. The medical literature from the 1890s and early 1900s is filled with case studies of what doctors called extreme tight laces, or fanatical corseting. These were women who went beyond society's already dangerous 18-inch standard, pushing into territory that even Victorian doctors recognised as life-threatening. Dr. Dickinson, in his extensive patient files now housed at the Kinsey Institute, documented several cases of extreme tight lacing. One stands out. A woman he identified as patient CL, examined in 1897. She was 24 years old and had achieved a 15-inch waist after beginning aggressive corseting at age 14. Dr. Dickinson's notes are clinical but clearly disturbed. Patient presents with severe skeletal deformation visible even through clothing. The lower ribs protrude in the back, having been forced outward by the inward compression at the front and sides. She reports constant pain, describing it as a dull ache that never stops, punctuated by sharp pains when I move wrong. When asked why she continues, she stated, "I have invested 10 years in this figure. To stop now would mean those years of suffering were for nothing." Read that again. She kept going because stopping would mean admitting the suffering had been pointless. That's not vanity, that's trauma response. That's sunk cost fallacy applied to your own body. But here's what's truly disturbing. Extreme tight lacing developed into something resembling a competitive sport. Women would write to fashion magazines boasting about their measurements. Publications like the English Woman's Domestic magazine had regular columns dedicated to these letters throughout the 1860s and 1870s. One letter from 1867, signed Constance of Cheltenham, reads, "I have maintained 16 inches for 3 years now, and I am working toward 15. My husband has promised me a diamond necklace when I achieve it. The pain is considerable, but the goal spurs me onward. A diamond necklace, the prize for causing yourself permanent internal injury." Another letter from 1869, signed A Proud Mother, describes putting her daughter into training corsets at age 10, with the goal of achieving 16 inches by age 16. She writes, "She cries during the lacing, but I remind her that beauty requires sacrifice. Already at age 12 she has achieved 19 inches, and I'm confident we will reach our goal." A 12-year-old child crying in pain every morning, and her mother calling it a success story. These letters were published, celebrated. Other mothers read them and thought, I should do that too. The normalization of child abuse disguised as proper upbringing. Now, there's a modern parallel I need to mention, and it's important because it shows this story didn't end in the Victorian era. Kathy Young, an American woman born in 1937, has spent decades corseting to achieve a 15-inch waist. She holds the Guinness World Record for smallest waist on a living person. She wears a corset 23 hours a day and has been doing so since 1959. In interviews, she describes herself as passionate about Victorian fashion and insists she's healthy, despite medical evidence that extreme corseting causes the same organ damage, regardless of when in history you're doing it. Her X-rays, which have been published in medical journals and featured in documentaries, show the same rib deformation, the same organ displacement that Victorian doctors documented over a century ago. I mention Kathy Young not to criticize her body, her choice, but to illustrate something crucial. The psychology of extreme tight lacing transcends time periods. Whether it's 1870 or 1970 or 2020, the human mind can adapt to extraordinary suffering if it believes that suffering serves a purpose. If society, or even just a subculture, validates the sacrifice. But let's get back to the Victorian cases, because the medical documentation from that era reveals something the modern cases don't always show: the point of no return. Dr. Arabella Keneally, in her 1899 study, identified what she called the critical threshold, the point at which tight lacing damage became irreversible. Based on her examinations of dozens of extreme tight laces, she found that women who had maintained waists smaller than 16 inches for more than 5 years showed organ damage that persisted even after they stopped corseting. Their ribs stayed deformed, their organs remained displaced, their lung capacity never fully recovered. The body had adapted to the torture, and those adaptations were permanent. She documented one case in detail: a woman of 31 who had achieved 15 inches at age 19 and maintained it for 8 years before health problems forced her to stop. When Keneally examined her 4 years after she'd stopped corseting entirely, she found the woman's waist had expanded to only 20 inches, still significantly smaller than her natural measurement would have been. Why? Because her rib cage had been permanently reshaped. The bones had set in their compressed position. The woman told Keneally, "I feel like I'm living in a body that belongs to someone else. It's still too small, still wrong, but I can't change it anymore. I've made myself into something unnatural, and now I'm trapped in what I've created." Trapped in what I've created. That's the horror of extreme tight lacing distilled into a single sentence. But what drove women to these extremes? What psychology underlies the decision to continue corseting when you can feel your ribs breaking, when you can barely breathe, when every day is pain? Dr. Margaret Cleaves, one of the first female neurologists in America, became fascinated by this question. In her 1895 book Autobiography of a Neurasthenic, she discussed her own struggles with corseting and interviewed dozens of women about their experiences. She identified several psychological patterns in extreme tight laces. First, there was what she called incremental commitment. Women didn't start with the goal of achieving dangerously small waists. They started with normal corseting, maybe 18 or 19 inches. But then they'd tighten a little more, and a little more. Each reduction was small enough to rationalize. Just 1 more inch didn't seem extreme, but those inches accumulated into dangerous territory before they realized what was happening. It's like the boiling frog metaphor. You don't jump into boiling water, but if it heats slowly enough, you don't notice until it's too late. Second, she identified identity fusion. Women whose sense of self became inseparable from their tiny waists. These women couldn't imagine themselves without the corset. It wasn't something they wore, it was who they were. Removing it felt like losing their identity, their value, their very selfhood. One woman Cleaves interviewed said, "Without my corset, I don't know who I am. I look in the mirror and see a stranger, someone soft, shapeless, wrong. I've been this shape for so long that my real body feels like a costume I can't take off. The real body feeling like a costume, the torture device feeling like the true self. That's how deep the psychological trap went." Third, and perhaps most disturbing, Cleaves found that some extreme tight laces experienced a phenomenon she called pain transcendence. Women who'd endured years of constant pain reported eventually reaching a state where the pain became meaningful, purposeful, even in some cases necessary. They described feeling anxious or wrong when the corset was loosened. The pain had become their normal, and absence of pain felt abnormal. This is what we'd now recognize as a form of self-harm behavior with psychological reinforcement. One woman told Cleaves, "I know it sounds mad, but the pain reassures me. It tells me I'm doing it right, that I'm maintaining control. When I tried to loosen my corset on my doctor's advice, I felt panicked. The comfort frightened me more than the pain. The comfort frightened her more than the pain. Think about how broken your relationship with your own body has to be for that sentence to make sense. Now, I want to share something that shows just how extreme this could get. It's a medical case published in the British Medical Journal in 1891 by Dr. Thomas Hawkes Tanner. He was called to examine a woman, he doesn't give a real name, referring to her as Mrs. X, who had collapsed at a social gathering. When he arrived, the woman was unconscious. Her friends had removed her corset to help her breathe, and Dr. Tanner examined the garment before examining the patient. He wrote, "The corset was constructed of heavy coutil reinforced with steel, featuring 32 whalebone stays and an additional internal belt of rigid material. The lacing holes showed signs of extreme tension, some torn through from the force applied. Most disturbing was the interior of the garment, which showed extensive blood staining, particularly around the area corresponding to the floating ribs. Blood inside her corset, from her ribs puncturing through skin, pressed against the fabric every day." When Mrs. X regained consciousness, Dr. Tanner asked how long she'd known she was bleeding. She admitted it had been happening for approximately 2 months. 2 months of bleeding into her corset, and she hadn't stopped wearing it, hadn't sought medical care, had just continued. When he asked why, she said simply, "I have a ball next month. I must look my best." Dr. Tanner measured her waist at 13.5 inches. He estimated, based on her frame, that her natural waist would be around 27 inches. She had reduced herself by more than half, and she was bleeding internally, and she was more concerned about a ball than her survival. He hospitalized her against her wishes. His notes indicate that even in the hospital she begged nurses to bring her corset. She became agitated, distressed, claimed she needed it. They had to essentially treat her like someone going through withdrawal, because psychologically that's exactly what was happening. The medical staff at the hospital documented her recovery, and it makes for grim reading. Her wounds took weeks to heal because her circulation was so poor from years of compression. She developed infections. She suffered severe anxiety and depression related to seeing her body at its natural size. She refused to eat, fearing weight gain. She had nightmares about becoming fat and shapeless. After 6 weeks, against medical advice, she checked herself out of the hospital. The nursing notes record that she was seen leaving with a package that was almost certainly a corset. Dr. Tanner tried to follow up with her several months later. He found she had died 3 months after leaving the hospital. The official cause of death was sepsis, a blood infection. The corset wounds had never fully healed, and wearing the corset again had reintroduced infection deep into her tissue. She literally corseted herself to death, knowing the risks, understanding the damage, and unable to stop because the psychological trap was stronger than survival instinct. Do you know what message the Victorian fashion magazines published after stories like this came out? Moderation in all things. That's it. Not stop wearing corsets, not this is dangerous, just moderation, as if there's a moderate amount of crushing your internal organs that's perfectly fine. The extreme tight laces were treated as cautionary tales, yes, but cautionary tales about going too far, not about the fundamental harm of corseting itself. Society's message was, don't be like these excessive women, be reasonable, just compress yourself a normal, socially acceptable amount. And that's perhaps the darkest part of these stories. The extreme cases weren't seen as evidence that the entire practice was dangerous. They were used to make moderate corseting seem safe by comparison. As if achieving 18 inches instead of 13 inches meant you were being responsible and healthy. But here's the thing about these extreme cases. They weren't anomalies. They weren't mentally ill women doing something bizarre that no one else would consider. They were doing exactly what society told women to do, just more so. They were following the logic of Victorian beauty standards to its natural conclusion. If an 18-inch waist is beautiful, wouldn't 16 inches be more beautiful? If 16 is desirable, wouldn't 14 be even more desirable? The extreme tight laces were simply asking the questions that everyone else refused to acknowledge. Where is the line? How much suffering is enough? How small is small enough? And society couldn't answer those questions because acknowledging them would mean admitting that there shouldn't be a standard at all, that the entire system was designed to harm women, that moderate corseting and extreme corseting were different only in degree, not in kind. The women who achieved 13 inches and the women who achieved 18 inches were both slowly destroying their bodies. One was just doing it faster. One was sprinting toward organ failure while the other jogged. But they were both heading to the same destination. What's haunting is that many of these extreme tight laces were mothers, and they were pregnant while corseting. Because the pressure to maintain appearance didn't stop when you were carrying a child. In fact, for many women, pregnancy made them even more desperate to corset, to hide the pregnancy as long as possible, to bounce back to their pre-pregnancy figure immediately. And that's where this story gets even darker, if you can imagine that being possible. Because at least when women were destroying only their own bodies, the tragedy was limited to them. But when they corseted through pregnancy, when they insisted on maintaining their figures while carrying children, the damage didn't stop with them anymore. It was passed on, literally inherited. The babies born to corseted mothers came into the world already harmed, already suffering the consequences of beauty standards they had no part in creating. And that's a horror that demands its own chapter. I need to tell you something that's going to be difficult to hear, and I apologize in advance because this part of the story is heartbreaking in ways that even the previous horrors haven't quite prepared us for. Because we're about to talk about what happened when corseted women became pregnant, when they tried to create life while slowly destroying their own. Take a breath with me here, because this gets heavy. Victorian society had very specific ideas about pregnancy, and one of those ideas, perhaps the cruelest, was that a pregnant woman should maintain her figure for as long as possible. Pregnancy was something to hide, to be ashamed of, to disguise. A swelling belly was considered indecent, improper, evidence of sexuality that polite society preferred to ignore. So women corseted through their pregnancies, not for a few weeks, not just in the first trimester, all the way through, until they literally could not force the laces any tighter. Dr. Alice Bunker Stockham, one of the first female obstetricians in America, wrote extensively about this in her 1887 book, Tocology, a book for every woman. In the chapter on maternal dress, she describes examining pregnant patients who were still wearing corsets at 8 months of pregnancy. 8 months. With a full-term baby trying to grow inside a compressed cage, she wrote, and this quote has haunted me since I first read it, "I have seen women in their 8th month of pregnancy with waists measuring but 22 inches. The natural expansion of the uterus during pregnancy should increase the waist measurement by 8 to 10 inches. These women had denied their babies half the space needed for normal development, and they seemed proud of it. Proud of it. They were proud that they'd maintained their figures, proud that you could barely tell they were pregnant, proud of literally crushing their developing children. But here's what that pride actually meant in medical terms: catastrophically high rates of miscarriage, stillbirth, premature labor, and maternal death. Let me give you some numbers, and I want you to really hear them. According to data compiled by the Massachusetts Board of Health between 1880 and 1890, the maternal mortality rate, that's mothers dying in childbirth or from pregnancy complications, was approximately 6 to 9 deaths per 1,000 live births. That's already shockingly high by modern standards. But when Dr. Marie Zakrzewska, director of the New England Hospital for Women and Children, analysed her patient records, she found something disturbing. Among women who admitted to corseting through pregnancy, and she notes that many probably lied about this, the maternal mortality rate was nearly double. 12 to 15 deaths per 1,000 births. Double, just from wearing a corset. The miscarriage and stillbirth rates were even more devastating. Dr. Mary Putnam Jacoby, in her 1895 research paper, The Question of Rest for Women During Menstruation, included a section on pregnancy and dress reform. She surveyed over 1,000 women about their pregnancy experiences and found that women who corseted through pregnancy had a miscarriage rate of approximately 30%. 30%, nearly 1 in 3 pregnancies ending in miscarriage, compared to about 15% for women who wore loose dress during pregnancy. Still high by our standards, but half the rate. But these are just statistics, numbers on a page. Let me tell you what those numbers actually meant for real women, real babies, real families. There's a case study published in the American Journal of Obstetrics in 1888 by Dr. Emmeline Cleveland. She describes treating a woman called Mrs. L.H. in the records, who was pregnant with her 3rd child. Mrs. L.H. had successfully delivered 2 healthy babies before this pregnancy. But this time she was determined to maintain her figure. She wore a specially designed maternity corset, and yes, that was a real thing, as horrifying as it sounds. These corsets had panels that could be adjusted as the pregnancy progressed, but they still compressed, still shaped, still restricted. Mrs. L.H. went into premature labour at 32 weeks. The baby was born severely underweight and died within hours. Dr. Cleveland's autopsy of the infant revealed that the baby's skull was misshapen, compressed, and the lungs were underdeveloped. In her medical notes she wrote, "The infant appears to have been subject to sustained external pressure during crucial developmental stages. The mother's insistence on corseting throughout pregnancy has, in my medical opinion, directly caused this child's death." When Dr. Cleveland informed Mrs. L.H. of her findings, the woman's response was documented. "But I only tightened it as much as necessary to appear proper in public. How could doing what society expects of me have killed my child?" How indeed? That's the question that should have destroyed the entire practice, but it didn't. Another case, documented by Dr. Horatio Storer in his 1866 treatise on criminal abortion. He was making a different point, but his evidence is relevant. Involves a woman who miscarried 4 times in a row, all between the 4th and 6th months of pregnancy. Each time, she insisted on wearing her corset. Each time, she lost the baby. The 4th miscarriage nearly killed her. She hemorrhaged so severely that Dr. Storer thought she wouldn't survive. In her semi-conscious state, according to his notes, she kept asking, "Why does God keep taking my babies? What have I done to deserve this punishment?" What had she done? She had followed every rule society gave her. She had maintained propriety. She had kept her figure. She had done exactly what fashion magazines and etiquette books and even some doctors told her was proper for an expecting mother. And God wasn't taking her babies. The corset was. But here's the truly devastating part. Even when babies survived to birth, they often bore the marks of their mother's corseting. Dr. J. Marion Sims, who founded the first hospital for women in New York, documented numerous cases of infants born with developmental abnormalities that he directly attributed to maternal corseting. In his 1866 clinical lectures, he described infants born with compressed skulls, with rib deformities, with underdeveloped lungs. One case involved a baby born with what he called corset deformation. The child's ribcage was narrowed on both sides, matching exactly the pattern of compression from a standard Victorian corset. That baby lived, but lived with compromised lung capacity, frequent respiratory infections, and a visibly deformed torso, a lifelong reminder of what fashion demanded. There are photographs, difficult to look at, in medical textbooks from the late 1800s, showing infants with these deformities. The Mutter Museum in Philadelphia has preserved specimens showing fetal skeletal remains with compression damage. These aren't abstractions. These are real babies who were harmed before they even took their first breath. Dr. Stockham documented one particularly heartbreaking case in toxicology. A woman she treated had corseted through her entire pregnancy, determined to attend social functions up until the birth. She delivered a premature baby who appeared healthy at first but had difficulty breathing. The baby died at 3 days old. The autopsy showed that the infant's lungs had never fully inflated. They couldn't. They developed in a compressed environment and didn't have the strength or structure to expand properly once born. Dr. Stockham wrote, "This mother's vanity killed her child as surely as if she had strangled it with her own hands. But she will never face charges. Society will call this a tragic accident. It was murder by fashion." Murder by fashion. Strong words from a Victorian-era doctor, but can you argue with her assessment? Now, some of you might be wondering, didn't women know this was dangerous? Didn't they feel their babies struggling? Didn't their bodies tell them something was wrong? Yes, they did. Their bodies screamed at them, but society screamed louder. There are diary entries and letters from pregnant Victorian women that reveal this internal conflict. One letter, dated 1873 and held in the Schlesinger Library at Harvard, is from a woman named Catherine Morris to her sister. She writes, "The baby kicks so violently now, especially when I lace tight. Sometimes I feel certain something is wrong, that I am hurting my child. But mother insists I must maintain appearances. She says suffering is a woman's lot, and the baby will be fine. Still, I cannot shake this feeling of dread. At night, when I loosen the stays, the baby seems to settle. But come morning, I lace up again because I must. What choice do I have?" What choice did she have? In a society where appearing in public with a visible pregnancy was considered scandalous, where women were expected to hide their condition, where a swelling belly was treated as something shameful, what choice did any of them have? The medical establishment was split on this issue. Some doctors recognized the danger and spoke out. Dr. Lydia Folger Fowler, one of the first American women to earn a medical degree, gave lectures throughout the 1850s warning against corseting during pregnancy. She was largely ignored or dismissed as overly emotional. But other doctors, many others, actually recommended corseting during pregnancy. They claimed it provided necessary support for the growing uterus. Dr. George Engelman, a prominent obstetrician, published an article in 1882 arguing that properly fitted corsets aid in maintaining correct posture and preventing back strain during pregnancy. He was wrong, catastrophically, fatally wrong, but he was influential, and his writings gave women and their families permission to continue a deadly practice. The maternity corset industry boomed in the late Victorian era. Companies like Madame Gache-Sarraute in France and Warner's in America marketed special corsets for pregnant women, claiming they were safer, healthier, designed with medical consultation. The advertisements are almost obscene in their manipulation. One ad from 1890, published in Godey's Lady's Book, shows an elegantly dressed pregnant woman with barely any visible belly. The caption reads, "Warner's Sanitary Nursing Corset, designed by physicians for the expecting mother." provides healthful support while maintaining your refined silhouette throughout pregnancy. Healthful support while crushing your baby. These corsets came with testimonials from satisfied customers claiming they'd worn them through entire pregnancies with no problems. But what the ads didn't mention were the babies who died, the mothers who hemorrhaged, the miscarriages and complications that were conveniently attributed to female weakness or God's will rather than the garment itself. There's a record book from a Philadelphia corset manufacturer dated 1887 that was discovered in an estate sale and later donated to the Historical Society of Pennsylvania. It's an order ledger for maternity corsets. Alongside customer names and measurements are notes. Mrs. JS, 3rd order this year, or Miss RP, replacing after miscarriage. Replacing after miscarriage. They lost the baby and they ordered another corset to try again, to go through the same deadly process again. Because what else could they do? Appear in public with a natural pregnant body? That was unthinkable. Some women tried to compromise. They would corsage more loosely during pregnancy, expanding their laces a few inches, but even this moderate approach caused harm. Because your body during pregnancy needs space, serious space. The uterus expands massively. Your organs shift to accommodate the growing baby. Your ribcage naturally flares outward, increasing lung capacity for 2. Any restriction of that natural process is dangerous. There is no safe level of corseting during pregnancy, no matter what Victorian ads claimed. Dr. Rachel Brooks Gleason, who ran a water cure facility in New York that specialized in women's health, kept detailed records of her patients' pregnancy outcomes. She treated both corseted and non-corseted pregnant women, and her data is striking. In her records from 1860 to 1890, women who wore loose dress throughout pregnancy had an average gestation of 39 weeks and gave birth to babies averaging 7 pounds. Women who corseted through pregnancy had an average gestation of 36 weeks, 3 weeks premature, and babies averaging 5.5 pounds, significantly underweight, with all the health complications that brings. She also noted that corseted mothers had much longer, more difficult labours. Why? Because corseting weakened abdominal muscles. The very muscles needed to push during childbirth had atrophied from years of external support. These women's bodies couldn't do what they were designed to do because the corset had done it for them for so long. Think about that irony. Corseting was supposed to make women more feminine, more suited to their natural role as mothers, but it literally made them less able to give birth successfully. And yet, even after difficult births, even after losing babies, many women went right back to corseting, sometimes within days of delivery. There are medical records of women suffering from postpartum infections because they insisted on corseting before their bodies had healed from childbirth. The pressure to get your figure back didn't start with modern celebrity culture. It's been killing women for centuries. I want to share one more story, because it illustrates something important about the psychological trap these women were in. It's from the private papers of Dr. Elizabeth Blackwell, the first woman to receive a medical degree in America. She describes treating a patient in 1879, a woman who had just lost her 3rd pregnancy to miscarriage. Dr. Blackwell examined her and found significant internal damage from corseting. She told the woman plainly, "If you want to carry a baby to term, you must stop wearing corsets, not loosen them. Stop completely." The woman's response, recorded in Blackwell's notes: "You're asking me to choose between having a child and having a life. Without my corset, I cannot appear in society. Without society, I have no prospects, no future, no value. Even if I have a child, what kind of life can I give it if I am shamed and shunned? You offer me the choice between 2 impossible options." Between 2 impossible options. That's the essence of the trap. These women weren't stupid. They weren't vain monsters who cared more about appearance than their babies' lives. They were caught in a system that offered them no good choices. Risk your baby's life to maintain social standing, or risk your social standing, your marriage prospects, your family's reputation, your own survival in a society that gave women few options, to protect your baby. It's not a choice anyone should have to make, but millions of Victorian women faced it, and millions of babies paid the price, the really gut-wrenching part. Many of these women blamed themselves when their babies died. They thought it was their fault for being weak, for not being strong enough to carry a child properly. The medical establishment and society reinforced this, talking about delicate constitutions and nervous disorders and female weakness. No one told them, "Your baby died because we forced you to wear a torture device while pregnant. This wasn't your failure, this was ours." But while pregnant women were suffering and babies were dying, there was another group being harmed in ways that don't show up in mortality statistics. The women who couldn't conceive at all. The women whose years of corseting had damaged them so severely that pregnancy became impossible. And the heartbreaking journeys they went through trying to understand why their bodies wouldn't do what society demanded of them. That's a different kind of tragedy, but no less devastating. There's something we haven't fully addressed yet, something that lurks beneath all the physical damage we've been discussing, a psychological consequence that's perhaps harder to see than broken ribs or displaced organs, but just as devastating. Maybe more so, because it didn't end when the corset came off. I'm talking about the relationship between corsets and food, between compression and appetite, between beauty standards and what we'd now recognize as eating disorders. And here's the uncomfortable truth. Victorian women didn't just wear corsets. They starved themselves to fit into them. Or rather, the corsets forced them to starve, and then they internalized that starvation as virtue, as self-control, as proof of their refinement and superiority. Let me show you how this worked. Dr. George Beard, a neurologist who coined the term neurasthenia in the 1860s, became fascinated by what he called the appetite problem among refined ladies. In his 1881 book, American Nervousness, he documented a pattern he'd observed in his upper-class female patients. They ate almost nothing, and they claimed they didn't want to eat. He wrote, "These women insist they have no appetite, that food holds no appeal, that they feel quite satisfied with a few morsels. Yet when I examine them, I find evidence of malnutrition, pallor, weakness, brittle hair, poor healing. They are starving while insisting they are not hungry. Sound familiar? That's the classic presentation of anorexia nervosa. But Dr. Beard didn't call it that. Nobody did yet. That term wouldn't be widely used until later. Instead, they called it hysteria, or delicate constitution, or feminine sensibility. But here's what was really happening. These women physically couldn't eat normal amounts of food. Their stomachs had been compressed so severely for so long that they'd adapted, shrunk, became unable to hold a standard meal. So the women developed eating patterns that matched their reduced capacity. Tiny portions, frequent small meals, liquid foods. And then something insidious happened. What started as physical necessity became psychological identity. Let me introduce you to Sarah Jacob, though her story is extreme. Known as the Welsh fasting girl, she lived in Wales in the 1860s. Starting at age 10, she claimed she could survive without eating. Her parents displayed her as a religious miracle. For 2 years, she apparently ate nothing, or almost nothing, while maintaining this public persona of supernatural fasting. In 1869, doctors and nurses were brought in to observe her continuously for 2 weeks to verify her claim. Her parents insisted no one feed her. The medical observers complied. After 8 days, Sarah was clearly dying. After 12 days, she died of starvation at age 12. The tragedy is that Sarah probably did have a severely reduced appetite, possibly from corseting that began young, possibly from other causes, but the attention and praise she received for not eating reinforced the behaviour until it became pathological, until she couldn't break the pattern even to save her own life. Her death caused a scandal. Her parents were tried for manslaughter. But what didn't happen was a broader discussion about why Victorian society was so ready to celebrate a child who didn't eat, why fasting was seen as virtuous, why small appetite was considered a sign of refinement rather than a red flag for illness. Because the truth is, Victorian culture actively encouraged restricted eating in women. Especially among the middle and upper classes, it was a status symbol. Isabella Beeton, in her famous Book of Household Management published in 1861, includes advice on appropriate portions for ladies. She recommends that women eat approximately half the portion size of men at meals, not because of nutritional needs or body size differences, but because a lady's delicate constitution requires less sustenance, and her refinement is demonstrated through restraint at table. Refinement demonstrated through restraint. They literally equated eating less with being a better person. Fashion magazines were even more explicit. Godey's lady's book, in an 1867 article titled The Art of Eating Gracefully, advised, "A lady should never appear to have a hearty appetite. Taking small portions and leaving food on one's plate demonstrates breeding and self-control. Remember, every bite you take expands your waist. Every bite you take expands your waist." That sentence, published in 1867, could have been written yesterday. That's how little the basic psychology has changed. But here's where the corset connection becomes clear. These eating patterns weren't just about social expectations, they were physically enforced by the corset itself. Dr. Robert Dickinson, in his extensive patient records from the 1880s and 1890s, documented what he called corset-induced dyspepsia, a fancy term for digestive problems caused by corseting. But his notes reveal something more complex than simple indigestion. He describes patients who reported feeling full after just a few bites of food, who experienced nausea when eating normal portions, who claimed to have no appetite and seemed genuinely confused when he suggested they were undernourished. One entry from 1889 reads, "Patient CM, age 24, weighs 98 pounds at height of 5'6". Reports eating 1 soft-boiled egg and dry toast for breakfast, broth for lunch, and perhaps some custard for dinner. Claims this satisfies her completely. Upon questioning, admits she has worn tight corsets since age 13. When I suggested the corset might be affecting her appetite, she seemed baffled. She stated, "But doctor, I am simply not a glutton like some women. I have natural restraint." Natural restraint. She thought her inability to eat was a personality trait, a virtue, evidence of her superior character. She had no idea it was a direct result of having her stomach compressed for 11 years. This is what makes corset-related eating disorders so insidious. The women didn't recognize they had a problem. They thought they were being good, being proper, being refined. Society praised them for the very behaviors that were slowly killing them, and it gets worse, because there was a feedback loop. Eating less meant losing weight, which meant the corset could be tightened further, which meant even less capacity for food, which meant more weight loss. Some women entered a spiral they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Dr. Playfair, a British physician who studied what he termed hysterical anorexia in the 1880s, described several cases of young women who'd essentially wasted away while insisting they felt fine. One case involved a 19-year-old woman who weighed just 73 pounds. Her mother brought her in, concerned, but the young woman herself saw no problem. Dr. Playfair wrote, "The patient looks at her emaciated frame with satisfaction. She expresses pride in her self-control and small appetite. When I explained she was dangerously underweight, she laughed and said, 'But I fit into my 16-inch corset perfectly now. Mother says I look like a lady should.'" She was dying, and she was proud of it, because she had achieved the ideal. This is textbook anorexia nervosa, the distorted body image, the pride in restriction, the inability to see the danger. But it was happening decades before anorexia was officially recognized as a psychological disorder. And it was happening in the context of corseting, which provided both a physical mechanism for food restriction and a cultural justification for it. There are diaries from Victorian women that reveal this psychological trap in heartbreaking detail. One diary, held in the Women's Library at the London School of Economics, belongs to a woman named Ellen Rothwell. Between 1883 and 1886, she documented her daily food intake and her feelings about eating. January 3rd, 1884. Managed to go all day with only weak tea and 3 crackers. Feel quite proud of my discipline. My waist now measures 18 inches, down from 19. Perhaps 17 is possible. March 15th, 1884. Mother insists I eat more, says I'm too thin, but I feel wonderful, light, pure, in control. Why should I make myself heavy and uncomfortable? September 22nd, 1884. Feel dizzy often now, but I have achieved 17.5 inches, so close to my goal. December 1st, 1884. Doctor says I must rest, that I am unwell. But how can I be unwell when I have finally achieved perfection? My corset fits like a second skin now. The diary ends there. According to family records, Ellen Rothwell died in February 1885 at age 23. Cause of death listed as consumption, tuberculosis. But her symptoms as described in the diary, the dizziness, the weakness, the progressive weight loss, suggest starvation played a significant role in her death, even if TB was the final cause. Her immune system, compromised by malnutrition, couldn't fight the infection, and she never saw it coming because she thought she was being virtuous. The medical community was incredibly slow to recognize this pattern. Even doctors who acknowledged that corseting caused physical problems often missed the eating disorder component. They saw the restriction of food as a separate issue, a choice women were making, not a consequence of the corset they'd been told they had to wear. Dr. William Gull, who first described anorexia nervosa as a distinct condition in 1873, focused on psychological causes, hysteria, family dynamics, attention-seeking behavior. He barely mentioned corseting in his writings, even though many of his patients were corseted women. He couldn't see, or chose not to see, that the tool designed to create the perfect body was also creating disordered relationships with food. But some female physicians saw it clearly. Dr. Mary Putnam Jacobi, in her 1895 writings, made the connection explicit. She wrote, "We've created a generation of women who cannot eat normally because we have physically prevented them from doing so, and then we praise them for their delicate appetites and refined restraint. We have turned starvation into a virtue and wonder why women are dying from it." She understood. But she was largely ignored by her male colleagues who controlled medical journals and teaching hospitals. The connection between corseting and eating disorders wasn't just about reduced stomach capacity, though. There was also a psychological component that's eerily similar to modern eating disorders. Victorian women kept measurement journals where they tracked their waist sizes daily, sometimes multiple times per day. These journals, preserved in various archives, read exactly like the food weight diaries kept by modern anorexia patients. Obsessive tracking, anxiety over small increases, triumph over decreases, self-punishment for perceived failures. One such journal from 1879, held at the New York Historical Society, documents a young woman's measurements over 6 months, every single day. With commentary: Monday, 18.5 inches, unacceptable, must try harder. Tuesday, 18 to 25 inches, better but still not perfect. Wednesday, 18 inches, finally, but can I maintain it? The obsession, the never being thin enough, the moving goalposts. It's all there, in handwriting from 145 years ago. And just like modern eating disorders often develop from dieting that gets out of control, Victorian women's eating patterns often started as reasonable adjustments to corseting, but became pathological over time. At first, I'll eat smaller portions because my corset is uncomfortable after meals. Then, I don't need much food anyway. I'm fine with just tea and toast. Eventually, food is my enemy. Every bite threatens my perfect figure. The progression is identical to how modern eating disorders develop, except Victorian women had a built-in physical restriction device ensuring the behaviour continued. Dr. Dickinson noted this in his records. He wrote about patients who, even after he prescribed removing their corsets, continued to eat tiny portions. The physical restriction had been removed, but the psychological pattern remained. They had learned to fear food, to see eating as losing control, to derive their self-worth from how little they needed. One patient told him, "Even without the corset, I feel fat when I eat a normal meal. I feel like I'm failing at being a woman." Failing at being a woman, because she wanted to eat enough to survive. There's a particularly disturbing category of Victorian medical advice literature that actively encouraged this pattern. Books with titles like The Science of Beauty or The Art of Being Beautiful that recommended specific diets for maintaining a small waist. One such book, Beauty, Its Attainment and Preservation, published in 1890 by a society lady, probably a pseudonym, recommends a daily diet consisting of breakfast, weak tea, 1 piece of dry toast, lunch, broth or bouillon, perhaps a soft-boiled egg, dinner, small portion of white fish or chicken, no vegetables, they cause bloating. Evening, milk if stomach tolerates it. This is approximately 600-800 calories per day for an active woman. That's severe caloric restriction by any standard. Starvation diet, really. But the book calls it the refined eating plan for maintaining one's figure. And this wasn't fringe advice. This was mainstream. Published by respectable publishing houses, reviewed in newspapers, sold in bookstores. Society was literally publishing guides on how to develop eating disorders. The long-term consequences of this were devastating. Women who had spent decades eating restricted diets and wearing corsets often developed permanent digestive problems even after they stopped corseting. Their metabolisms had adapted to chronic undernutrition. Their stomachs had shrunk. Their relationship with food was fundamentally broken. Dr. Anna Manning Comfort, in her 1898 study on women's health, documented several cases of women in their 50s and 60s who still ate like birds despite no longer wearing corsets. When asked why, they often couldn't explain it. "I'm simply not hungry," they'd say, or "I've never had much appetite." Their bodies had been trained, literally trained, not to want food, and that training lasted a lifetime. But perhaps the most tragic aspect is how this affected mothers and daughters. Women who had developed disordered eating patterns from corseting passed those patterns to their daughters, not through genetics, but through modelling and explicit teaching. There are etiquette books from the period advising mothers to begin training their daughters in proper eating habits from a young age, teaching them that small appetites are ladylike, that restraint at meals is virtuous, that eating heartily is vulgar and masculine. So even before the physical corset was applied, the psychological groundwork for an eating disorder was laid. The physical restriction just reinforced what had already been taught. Your appetite is something to control, to be ashamed of, to minimize. It's impossible not to see the parallels to modern diet culture, to the multi-billion-dollar weight loss industry, to the constant messaging that smaller is better, that restriction is virtue, that hunger is something to ignore rather than honor. The methods have changed, the psychology hasn't. Victorian women corseted and starved. Modern women diet and restrict. Victorian women measured their waists obsessively. Modern women weigh themselves daily. Victorian women praised each other for eating like birds. Modern women bond over how little they ate that day. The corset has disappeared, but the mentality it created, that's still here. And that brings us to something we haven't fully explored yet. Who benefited from all this? Who wanted women corseted, starving, focused obsessively on their appearance? Who profited, financially, socially, politically, from women destroying themselves in pursuit of an impossible ideal? Because corsets weren't just about women making choices about their own bodies. They were about control, about power, about who got to define what women's bodies should look like and what women should sacrifice to achieve it. And when we look at who was pulling the strings, who was designing these torture devices, who was prescribing them, who was profiting from them, who was enforcing the social rules around them, we see a pattern that might make you angry. It should make you angry. Let me show you who was really behind the corset. Here's something that might surprise you. The vast majority of corset manufacturers were men. The designers who created increasingly restrictive styles, men. The doctors who prescribed them as medical necessities, men. The fashion magazine editors who promoted them, mostly men. And the people who enforced the social rules requiring them, well, that was everyone. But men held the power to change things, and they chose not to. Let me show you exactly how this worked. Start with the manufacturing side. The largest corset companies in the Victorian era were almost exclusively owned and operated by men. Warner Brothers Corset Company, founded by brothers Lucian and Ira Diva Warner in 1874, became one of the largest corset manufacturers in America. By 1890, they employed over 2,000 workers, produced millions of corsets annually, and made a fortune doing it. Their advertising was brilliant and manipulative. One ad campaign from 1882, documented in the Smithsonian's Advertising History collection, featured a man's hand holding up a corset with the tagline, "Warner's Health Corsets, designed by medical experts for your wife's well-being." The image of a man's hand wasn't accidental. It was sending a message. Men know what's best for women's bodies. Lucian Warner himself gave interviews to newspapers where he positioned corsets as health devices. In an 1885 interview with the New York Times, he stated, "Women's bodies require external support that nature failed to provide. Our corsets correct nature's deficiencies." Nature's deficiencies. He was literally saying women's bodies were defective and his product fixed them, and he made millions saying it. But Warner wasn't alone. Charles Bayer, founder of the Royal Worcester Corset Company, built an empire on similar claims. His 1890 catalogue, preserved in the Winterthur Museum archives, includes an introduction written by him where he explains, "The female form requires shaping to achieve its ideal state. Left in its natural condition, the female body lacks the refined proportions that distinguish civilized women from primitive ones. civilized versus primitive, corsets as a marker of civilization. This is how they sold torture, by making women believe that their natural bodies were savage, uncivilized, unacceptable, and these men became wealthy beyond imagination. The corset industry in America alone was worth over $14 million annually by 1890. That's roughly $450 million in today's money. All of it built on convincing women that their bodies needed to be compressed, reshaped, controlled. But the manufacturers didn't work alone. They had help from the medical establishment. And this is where it gets truly infuriating. Dr. Robert Bartholow, a prominent physician and president of the American Medical Association in 1876, wrote extensively about women's health. In his influential textbook, A Practical Treatise on Materia Medica and Therapeutics, published in 1884, he devoted an entire section to the necessity of corsets. He wrote, "The corset provides essential support for the female torso, which lacks the muscular development present in males. Without this external support, women's organs would be subject to dangerous displacement due to the inherent weakness of the female constitution." He literally claimed that without corsets, women's organs would just fall out of place, because women were too weak to hold their own bodies together. This was taught in medical schools. Future doctors learned this as fact, and when female doctors started speaking out against corsets, presenting evidence of harm, male doctors dismissed them. Dr. Mary Putnam Jacobi, who had more medical training than most of her male colleagues, presented research to the New York Academy of Medicine in 1891, showing clear evidence of corset-related organ damage. The response: Dr. A.F.A. King, a prominent gynecologist, stood up during her presentation and stated, "Dr. Jacobi's emotional attachment to this issue, while understandable given her sex, clouds her scientific judgment. Women's natural inclination toward anxiety about their bodies should not be mistaken for medical evidence. Her emotional attachment, her sex, her anxiety." He dismissed rigorous medical research as female hysteria. And the room of male doctors nodded along. But it wasn't just about dismissing female doctors. Male physicians actively prescribed corsets, even when they saw the harm. There are medical records showing doctors recommending tighter corseting for everything from back pain to menstrual cramps to nervousness. Dr. Dickinson's patient files include notes on encounters with husbands who brought their wives in for medical consultations. In multiple cases, he documented husbands objecting when he suggested their wives reduce or eliminate corseting. One note from 1887 reads, "Patient presents with severe abdominal pain and digestive distress. Clear evidence of corset-related compression. Recommended discontinuing tight lacing. Husband interrupted to say his wife will maintain proper appearance regardless of temporary discomfort. Patient remained silent. I could not press the issue. Could not press the issue. A doctor, seeing harm, unable to intervene because the husband objected. The husband's desire for his wife to look a certain way trumped her health, her pain, her survival. And this wasn't rare. Medical journals from the period include discussions of this very problem. An 1889 article in the Boston Medical and Surgical Journal addresses the challenge of treating women whose husbands insist on continued corseting despite medical advice. The article's solution: not challenging the husband's authority, not advocating for women's bodily autonomy. No, the recommendation was for doctors to frame advice in terms of how the wife's health affects her ability to serve her household duties, so husbands might be more receptive. In other words, don't tell him she's in pain. Tell him she might not be able to cook dinner. That's what might convince him. Let me tell you about a specific case that illustrates this dynamic perfectly. It's documented in the personal papers of Dr. S. Weir Mitchell, a famous neurologist who treated many wealthy women in the late 1800s. The papers are held at the College of Physicians of Philadelphia. In 1888, a woman came to him with severe health problems, chronic pain, digestive issues, fainting spells, the whole catalogue of corset-related symptoms. Dr. Mitchell examined her and told her plainly, "Stop wearing the corset." Her response, according to his notes, "My husband will not permit it. He says a wife who lets herself go is a disgrace to him. I must maintain my figure or risk losing his affection and respect." Dr. Mitchell then met with the husband. He explained the medical situation. He showed the husband his wife's symptoms. He made it clear that continued corseting could lead to serious, potentially fatal complications. The husband's response recorded in Mitchell's notes: "My wife's appearance reflects on my social standing. I cannot have people think I cannot afford to dress her properly, or that I married a woman of poor breeding who lacks self-control. She will continue to corset." 3 months later, the woman was hospitalized with organ failure. She died 6 weeks after that at age 34. The husband remarried within a year to a 22-year-old with an 18-inch waist. But it wasn't just individual husbands. The entire legal and social structure gave men control over women's bodies in ways that are hard to comprehend now. Under the doctrine of coverture, the legal principle in effect throughout most of the Victorian era, married women had no legal identity separate from their husbands. A married woman couldn't own property, couldn't sign contracts, couldn't make medical decisions for herself. Her husband had legal authority over her body. This meant that a husband could, quite legally, insist his wife wear a corset, could prevent her from seeking medical treatment, could overrule any doctor who recommended she stop corseting. She had no legal recourse, no way to say, "This is my body, and I choose not to torture it anymore." There are court records from the period of women trying to leave abusive marriages where one of the complaints listed is being forced to corset against their will, and you know what the court said, that a husband directing his wife's dress was within his rights as head of household. One case from 1883, documented in Massachusetts legal records, involved a woman seeking legal separation. Among her complaints was that her husband forced her to maintain an 18-inch waist through extreme corseting despite her doctor advising against it. The judge ruled that a husband's reasonable expectations regarding his wife's appearance do not constitute grounds for separation. Reasonable expectations. Crushing your wife's organs was reasonable. Now let's talk about something that makes this even more sinister: the sexual element. Because for many Victorian men, the corset wasn't just about appearance. It was about control, about power, about literally reshaping women's bodies to male specifications. There's a whole category of Victorian erotic literature, and yes, this existed despite the era's reputation for prudishness, centered on tight lacing. These texts, preserved in restricted collections at places like the British Library, explicitly sexualize the act of a man lacing a woman into increasingly tight corsets. One such text from the 1870s, which I won't quote in detail given its nature, describes a man's excitement at reducing his wife's waist, his pleasure in her pain, his satisfaction at her dependence on him to dress and undress her. The control aspect is explicit, and this wasn't just underground pornography. Mainstream literature of the period often included scenes of men admiring women's tiny waists, comments about husbands inspecting their wives' figures, references to men measuring their wives' waists to ensure they met standards. There's deeply disturbing letter published in the English Woman's Domestic Magazine in 1867 from a man describing his method of training his new wife. He wrote, "I measure her waist each morning. When she achieves the day's goal, she is rewarded. When she fails, privileges are withdrawn. This system has successfully reduced her from 22 inches to 18 in our first year of marriage. Rewards and punishments, training, like she was a pet, not a person. And this was published in a mainstream magazine. Readers apparently found it helpful. Dr. Kraft-Ebing, the famous sexologist, documented in his 1886 book Psychopathia Sexualis several cases of what we'd now call fetishistic behavior around tight lacing. Men who were specifically aroused by women suffering in corsets, who wanted their wives to corset more extremely, who derived pleasure from the control aspect. But here's the thing. Kraft-Ebing treated these as individual perversions, as abnormal psychology. He didn't recognize, or didn't want to recognize, that these perverse desires were just extreme versions of what mainstream Victorian culture was already doing. The entire corset system was about men controlling women's bodies. The fetishists were just more honest about it. And speaking of control, let's talk about the fashion industry. The people designing women's clothing, setting the trends, deciding what was fashionable, overwhelmingly male. Charles Frederick Worth, considered the father of haute couture, was the most influential fashion designer of the Victorian era. His Paris fashion house dressed European royalty and American heiresses, and his designs required extreme corseting, waists so small that they were anatomically improbable. In an interview with Harper's Bazaar in 1870 he said, "I design for the idealized female form, not the natural one. It is woman's duty to achieve the proportions my designs require." Woman's duty to achieve what his designs required. Her body needed to change to fit his vision, not the other way around. And because Worth was the arbiter of fashion, women had no choice but to comply if they wanted to be stylish. But perhaps the most insidious male role was the social enforcement. Men weren't just creating and selling corsets, they were policing women who didn't wear them. Etiquette books written by men instructed other men on how to judge women's appearances. The Gentleman's Book of Etiquette, published in 1875, includes this gem. A gentleman may judge a lady's character by her figure. A well-maintained waist indicates self-discipline and virtue, while a natural, unbound figure suggests slovenliness and moral laxity. They were literally telling men that they could assess a woman's morality by her waist size, and men internalized this. They used it as criteria for marriage, for employment, for social acceptance. There are employment records from Victorian-era shops and businesses with notes about applicants that include assessments of their figures. Women were denied jobs because their waists were considered too large. This is documented in the hiring records of department stores like Macy's and Marshall Field's. And in the marriage market, because that's what it was, a small waist was literally advertised. Marriage announcements in newspapers often included the bride's waist measurement. It was considered relevant information, like her dowry or her family connections. Have you ever wondered why Victorian wedding photos show women with such tiny waists? It's because they corseted even more extremely for their weddings. It was expected. Some women reported fainting during their wedding ceremonies because they'd lace so tight to look perfect for their husbands. Speaking of weddings, there's a particularly disturbing tradition documented in some wealthy families. The wedding night corset inspection. New husbands would check their bride's waist measurements on the wedding night to ensure they'd been honest in their courtship claims. One account from the diary of a British aristocrat's daughter in 1879 describes this experience. "He measured my waist before anything else. I had claimed 18 inches, but in truth it is 18 and a quarter. He was displeased, said I had misrepresented myself. Our wedding night was spent with him lecturing me on the importance of accuracy and my duty to meet the standards he expects. Can you imagine? your wedding night, and instead of romance, you get measured like livestock and scolded for being a quarter-inch too large. But here's what really gets me. Many men genuinely believed they were helping women. They thought they were improving women, civilizing them, making them better. The paternalism was sincere, which somehow makes it worse. They saw themselves as benevolent guides, teaching women to control their base natures and achieve refinement. The fact that this refinement involved daily torture didn't register as a problem because they'd convinced themselves and convinced women that suffering was the path to beauty, and beauty was women's highest achievement. This is the perfect storm of oppression. Financial interests, corset manufacturers making millions, professional authority, doctors claiming medical necessity, legal power, husbands' legal control over wives' bodies, and ideological justification, belief that women's natural bodies were defective and needed correction. Women were trapped from every angle, and at every angle, men held the power to enforce the trap. Now, I want to be clear, not all men. Some men spoke out against corsets. Some husbands supported their wives in refusing to corset. Some male doctors fought against the practice, but they were the minority, and they were often ridiculed or dismissed by their peers. And the men who did profit, who did enforce, who did harm, they weren't moustache-twirling villains. They were ordinary people living in a society that told them this was normal, acceptable, even virtuous. That's what makes it so chilling, the banality of it. They believed they were doing the right thing, and that belief allowed them to ignore the broken ribs, the displaced organs, the women fainting in their arms, the babies born damaged, the deaths that piled up year after year. But we can't let the ordinariness of the evil excuse it. We can't say, oh, it was just how things were back then, and dismiss the suffering. Because people knew. The evidence was available. Women were screaming when they had the breath to scream. Men chose not to listen, chose profit over safety, chose control over health, chose their aesthetic preferences over women's survival. And the consequences? Well, they weren't abstract. They weren't just statistics. They were real women with real names who suffered real deaths. Women whose stories were documented, filed away, and then largely forgotten. Until now. Because I think we owe it to them to remember, to say their names, to acknowledge that they didn't just die, they were killed. By fashion, yes. But fashion designed, manufactured, prescribed, and enforced by a system that valued women's appearance over their lives. So let me tell you about some of them. Let me share the case files, the documented deaths where corsets were the clear, undeniable cause, where we can't hide behind euphemisms or natural causes or delicate constitutions. These are the women who died for beauty, and their stories need to be told. The medical examiner's report is dated July 14th, 1887. London, England. The deceased, Miss Margaret Evans, age 23. Occupation, secretary at a law firm. The report, preserved in the Old Bailey Criminal Court records, reads clinically at first. Female body, well nourished, no external signs of violence. But then, the internal examination. And this is where the clinical tone breaks. Upon opening the thoracic cavity, discovered severe displacement of all major organs. The liver presents with deep laceration, consistent with puncture by broken rib. Multiple ribs fractured on both sides, some appearing to be old breaks that healed incorrectly. Cause of death: internal hemorrhage resulting from hepatic puncture. Contributing factor: extreme corseting leading to skeletal deformation and organ damage. Margaret Evans bled to death internally. Her rib broke, pierced her liver, and she bled out inside her own body. Because of her corset, The inquest revealed she had been at work when she felt sudden sharp pain. She told her supervisor she needed to sit down. Within an hour she was dead. Her co-workers testified that she always wore very tight corsets, was proud of her small waist, often mentioned trying to reduce further. The coroner's verdict: death by misadventure. Not murder, not even negligence, just misadventure, an accident. As if the corset had somehow appeared on her body without an entire society forcing it there. This is the first case file I want to share with you, but it's far from the only one. Let me walk you through several more, because each one represents not just one woman, but thousands more whose deaths weren't documented, weren't investigated, or were attributed to other causes. Case File 2, Mary Halliday, Boston, Massachusetts, 1881. Age 19. Mary collapsed during a ball at her family's home. Multiple witnesses, including her mother and fiancé, reported that she had been dancing when she suddenly clutched her chest and fell. Attempts to revive her failed. The autopsy, conducted by Dr. Samuel Cabot and documented in the records of Massachusetts General Hospital, found that Mary's heart had stopped due to what we'd now call cardiac tamponade. Blood filling the sac around the heart, compressing it until it can't pump. How did blood get into the pericardial sac? A fractured rib had punctured through the pleura, the membrane surrounding the lungs, and into the space around her heart. The fracture was fresh, but the autopsy showed evidence of at least 6 other rib fractures in various stages of healing. Dr. Cabot wrote in his report, Miss Halliday's ribs were so weakened by repeated fractures that the physical exertion of dancing was sufficient to cause catastrophic failure. Her corset measured 15 3/4 inches. Based on her skeletal structure, her natural waist would have been approximately 25 inches. She compressed herself by nearly 40%, with fatal consequences. Her fiancé testified at the inquest that Mary had been trying to reach 15 inches before the wedding. She'd been so close, 3/4 of an inch away from her goal. She died trying to achieve it. The newspapers reported it as a tragic accident. "Young woman dies at ball," read the headline in the Boston Globe. The corset wasn't mentioned until paragraph 7, and even then only to note that some suggest tight lacing may have contributed to the young lady's delicate constitution. Delicate constitution. She died from a broken rib piercing her heart, and they called it a delicate constitution. Case File 3. Elizabeth Bessie Morton, New York City, 1893. Age 31. Bessie was a seamstress. Ironically, she made women's clothing, including corsets. She lived in a boarding house in Manhattan. Her landlady found her dead in her room one morning. At first, it looked like she'd simply died in her sleep. Peaceful, painless. But the landlady noticed something odd. Bessie was still wearing her corset, and it was laced so tight that the landlady couldn't loosen it. The laces had to be cut. The autopsy, performed by Dr. Frederick Peterson at the Bellevue Hospital morgue, revealed the truth. Bessie hadn't died in her sleep. She'd suffocated. Her lungs showed signs of chronic compression. She'd been corseting tightly for years. But the night she died, she'd apparently laced even tighter than usual. Dr. Peterson's report states, the deceased's lung capacity was so reduced by corseting that she was operating at the edge of sustainability. Any additional restriction would be fatal. The corset worn at time of death was laced to 13 inches. This final compression exceeded her body's ability to maintain basic respiratory function. She essentially suffocated slowly in her sleep. The boarding house keeper mentioned that Bessie had recently become engaged. She was trying to make herself perfect for her wedding day. She'd been practicing tighter and tighter lacing, trying to reach 12 inches. She never made it to her wedding. She suffocated in her sleep, 3 months before the ceremony, trying to be beautiful enough. Case File 4, Anna Louise Weber, Philadelphia, 1889, age 27. This one is particularly brutal because Anna knew something was wrong. She knew, and she couldn't get help. Anna had been feeling severe abdominal pain for several days. She finally went to see Dr. J.M. DaCosta at Pennsylvania Hospital. He examined her and immediately knew what was happening. Her appendix was inflamed, appendicitis. This was before antibiotics, so the only treatment was surgery. Dr. DaCosta prepared to operate immediately. But when they removed Anna's clothing, they discovered her corset, and they couldn't get it off. She'd been laced into it so long, weeks, possibly months, that her skin had actually grown partially over the laces in places. The corset had become embedded. Dr. DaCosta's surgical notes, preserved in the Pennsylvania Hospital archives, describe cutting the corset away. Required surgical scissors to remove garment. Patient's flesh had begun to incorporate the fabric and lacing. Upon removal, discovered extensive skin breakdown and ulceration where the corset had pressed. More critically, the abdominal compression had masked the severity of her appendicitis. By the time we could assess her condition, the appendix had already ruptured. Anna died 3 days after surgery from peritonitis, infection spreading through her abdominal cavity from the ruptured appendix. But here's the thing, appendicitis, when caught early, was survivable even in 1889. The surgery was risky but possible. Anna's corset had masked her symptoms until it was too late. The constant pressure and pain from corseting had normalized abdominal pain for her. She didn't realize the appendicitis pain was different, more serious, until it was far too late. Dr. DaCosta wrote a paper about her case published in the Philadelphia Medical Journal in 1890. He titled it Death by Fashion, How Corseting Delayed Critical Diagnosis. He ended the paper with this line, Miss Weber's death was preventable. The instrument that killed her was not disease, but vanity enforced by society. Case File 5, Rose McCarthy, Chicago, 1896, age 17. Rose worked in a department store, Marshall Field's. Her job was to stand at a counter all day, selling gloves and handkerchiefs to wealthy customers. The store had a dress code. Professional appearance required at all times. For young women working the sales floor, this meant corsets, tight corsets, because they represented the store, and the store represented quality and refinement. Rose came from a poor Irish immigrant family. This job was a step up, a chance at respectability. She corseted as tight as she could manage, 19 inches, quite small for her frame, because she didn't want to lose this opportunity. One day in August 1896, during a heat wave, Rose fainted at her counter. Not unusual. Women fainted at Marshall Field's all the time. They had smelling salts at every sales station. Someone revived her, and she went back to work. She fainted again an hour later, and this time she didn't wake up. The store's doctor examined her right there on the sales floor. He couldn't find a pulse. She was already gone. Heat stroke, he determined. The high temperature, combined with her tight corset restricting her breathing and circulation, had killed her. Her death made the newspapers, not because people were outraged, but because Marshall Field's was a prominent store. The Chicago Tribune's coverage focused on the heat wave, barely mentioning the corset. But it did note that 3 other department stores reported female employees fainting that same day. The reporter didn't connect the dots. It wasn't just the heat-killing women, it was heat plus corsets. These women were literally cooking inside their compression devices, unable to breathe, unable to cool down, unable to survive. Rose's family sued Marshall Field's. They lost. The court ruled that Rose had chosen to wear her corset and that the store couldn't be held liable for employees' clothing choices. The fact that the choice was required to keep her job was considered irrelevant. She was 17 years old, working to help support her family, and she died standing at a counter selling gloves to rich women who probably never gave her a second thought. Case File 6. Caroline Astor. Oh yes, that Astor family. Paris, 1891. Age 42. Now, this case is interesting because Caroline was wealthy. Very wealthy. And wealth couldn't save her. Caroline was travelling in Paris attending the opera when she complained of chest pain. Her husband had her taken back to their hotel. A doctor was summoned. Dr. Henri Bouchard, one of Paris's most prominent physicians. Dr. Bouchard's examination revealed that Caroline was having a heart attack. But there was a complication. Her corset was so tight, her breathing so compromised that he couldn't properly treat her. He needed to administer oxygen, needed her to be able to breathe deeply, needed to monitor her heart properly. He told her husband the corset needed to be removed immediately. The husband hesitated. Caroline had made him promise never to let anyone see her uncorseted. Dr. Bouchard insisted. They argued. Time passed. Critical time. By the time they finally cut the corset off, Caroline was unconscious. She died 2 hours later. Dr. Bouchard's report, preserved in Paris hospital archives, is scathing. Patient might have survived if treated immediately. The delay caused by the husband's vanity and the patient's prior insistence on maintaining appearance proved fatal. This death was entirely preventable. Even in her final moments, even as her heart was literally failing, the priority was her appearance, her corset, her figure, and it killed her. Case File 7. Grace Miller, age 16, Liverpool, England, 1885. Grace's case is different because she didn't die from the physical damage of the corset. She died trying to escape it. Grace worked as a housemaid in a wealthy home. Her mistress, Mrs. Helena Worthington, insisted all her female servants maintain 18-inch waists. She measured them weekly. Anyone who failed to meet the standard was dismissed. Grace had been corseting since she was 13. Her mother started her early, hoping it would help her get good domestic work. By 16, she'd achieved the required 18 inches, but at enormous cost. Her health was failing. She was in constant pain. One night, according to testimony from other servants, Grace tried to cut off her corset with scissors. But she'd been wearing it for so long, laced so tight, that when she finally cut through the laces, the sudden release of pressure caused what we'd now call re-expansion pulmonary edema. Her lungs, compressed for years, suddenly tried to expand to their full capacity. But they couldn't handle it. Fluid flooded into her lungs. She essentially drowned in her own fluids on the floor of her servants' quarters, surrounded by the pieces of the corset she'd finally escaped. The inquest ruled it death by natural causes, lung failure. Mrs. Worthington testified that Grace had always been of weak constitution. No mention was made of the weekly waist measurements. No questions were asked about the employment requirements. Grace was buried in a pauper's grave. Her family couldn't afford better. She'd been sending most of her wages home to support her younger siblings, 16 years old, dead from trying to breathe freely. Now, here's what's important to understand about these cases. They weren't unusual. They were documented because someone, a doctor, a medical examiner, a journalist, made the connection between the corset and the death. But for every documented case, there were dozens or hundreds more where the connection wasn't made or wasn't recorded. Deaths attributed to heart failure, or lung disease, or women's weakness, or hysteria that were actually corset deaths. We'll never know the real number. But based on the medical evidence we do have, it was substantial. Dr. Alice Stockham estimated in her 1898 writing that corsets likely contributed to thousands of premature deaths annually in America alone. She wrote, "We are losing women in their prime to a fashion that serves no purpose but vanity. Every death I document I know represents countless others that go unrecorded." And she was right. The women I've told you about, Margaret, Mary, Bessie, Anna, Rose, Carolyn, Grace, they're just the ones whose stories survived, whose deaths were documented in ways we can still access. But what about all the others? The women who died slowly over decades, their organs gradually failing, their deaths attributed to natural causes when there was nothing natural about them. The women who died in childbirth because corseting had deformed their pelvises. The women who died of infections from corset wounds. The women whose deaths were ruled suicides when they were really desperate attempts to escape chronic pain. We can't count them. We can't name them. But they were there, are there, in the historical record if you know how to look. A notation in a death registry. Female, age 32, cause, consumption. But was it really tuberculosis? Or was it lungs that could never expand properly, that couldn't clear infection, that finally gave up after 20 years of compression? Female, age 28, cause, complications of childbirth. Oh, but what complications? Were they caused by a pelvis that had been compressed during crucial developmental years? By organs so displaced they couldn't function properly during pregnancy? The ghosts are there, in every natural causes death of a woman under 50, in every weak constitution, in every delicate nature. Some of them, many of them, were corset deaths in disguise. And you know what's heartbreaking? Many of these women died believing they were doing the right thing, believing they were being good women, proper women, beautiful women. They died pursuing an ideal that society told them was worth pursuing, worth suffering for, worth dying for. They were wrong. The ideal was never worth it. But they didn't know that, or if they suspected it, they felt they had no choice but to continue anyway. Every single one of these women, and the thousands more we can't name, deserves to be remembered not as a cautionary tale about vanity, but as a victim of systemic violence. Violence disguised as beauty. Violence enabled by profit motives, enforced by social pressure, and justified by medical authority. They didn't die for beauty. They were killed by a society that valued their appearance more than their lives. But here's the thing about all these deaths, all this suffering, all this systematic torture of women's bodies. It eventually became impossible to ignore. The evidence piled up. The X-rays were undeniable. The autopsy reports accumulated. The stories spread. And slowly, far too slowly, some women started to fight back. Started to say, enough. Started to risk everything by refusing the corset and demanding the right to exist in their natural bodies. These women were brave in ways we can barely comprehend, because they weren't just rejecting a piece of clothing, they were rejecting an entire system of control. And the system fought back hard. Let me tell you about the rebels. Picture a sunny afternoon in 1851. Seneca Falls, New York. A woman steps out of her house wearing something that will change history. Not a corset, that's the point. She's wearing loose trousers gathered at the ankle, topped with a knee-length dress. Comfortable, practical, scandalous. Her name is Amelia Jenks Bloomer, and within weeks newspapers across America will be mocking her, clergymen will be condemning her, and strangers will be throwing things at her in the street, all because she decided to breathe freely. But let's back up a bit, because Amelia wasn't the first. She was just the most visible. The dress reform movement actually started quietly in the 1840s, with women who were involved in other progressive causes, abolition, temperance, women's education. These women were already questioning authority, already pushing boundaries, and they started asking a dangerous question. If we can question slavery, if we can question whether women should have the right to education, why can't we question whether women should have to torture themselves to be considered proper? Elizabeth Smith Miller was one of the first. In 1849, she started wearing Turkish-style trousers under a shortened skirt while working at her father's estate in upstate New York. Not as a political statement, just because it was practical. She could move freely, work in the garden, walk without tripping over layers of heavy skirts. Her cousin, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, yes, the famous suffragist, saw her and thought it was brilliant. She wrote in a letter preserved at the Library of Congress, "Cousin Libby appeared in short skirt and trousers, and I have never seen such freedom of movement. She climbed stairs without gathering her skirts. She walked through morning dew without draggled hems. She looked comfortable. Why should comfort be revolutionary?" Why indeed? Amelia Bloomer, who published a women's rights newspaper called The Lily, featured this new style of dress in her publication in 1851. She included patterns, testimonials from women who had tried it, and arguments for why women deserved comfortable clothing. This style became associated with her name, Bloomers, even though she didn't invent it. The backlash was immediate and vicious. Editorial cartoons in newspapers showed women in bloomers as masculine, ridiculous, threatening. Harper's Weekly published a cartoon in 1851 showing a woman in bloomers literally wearing the pants while her husband did housework in a dress. The caption, "The inevitable result of woman's rights." Clergymen preached sermons about how bloomers violated biblical commands for women to dress modestly and differently from men. The Reverend John Todd published a widely circulated pamphlet in 1852 titled Woman's Rights, where he wrote, "This bloomer costume is nothing less than an attempt to unsex women, to make them into poor imitations of men. A woman in trousers is an abomination before God." An abomination before God. For wearing comfortable pants. But the worst abuse came from random men on the street. Women who dared to wear bloomers in public were followed, harassed, threatened. There are newspaper accounts from the 1850s describing mobs of men surrounding women in bloomers, shouting insults, sometimes throwing mud or garbage. One account from the Rochester Democrat in 1852 describes a woman named Sarah Grimker being chased down a street in New York City by a crowd of men making animal noises and trying to grab at her clothing. She had to take refuge in a shop until police dispersed the crowd. Sarah later wrote in her diary, held now at the Schlesinger Library, "I felt like a hunted animal. My crime, wearing clothing that allowed me to walk without pain. I have faced angry mobs while speaking about abolition, but nothing prepared me for the rage men showed toward my trousers." The psychological toll on these early dress reformers was immense. Many of them gave up. Even Amelia Bloomer herself stopped wearing bloomers in 1859 after 8 years of constant harassment. She wrote in The Lily, "I found the opposition so strong, the barrier so high, that I could not continue. The mental anguish of being constantly jeered and threatened outweighed the physical comfort of the garment." Think about that. The harassment was so bad that going back to corsets, to daily pain and restricted breathing, seemed easier than continuing to face public abuse. But some women didn't give up. They couldn't. Because for them, the corset wasn't just uncomfortable, it was literally killing them, and they knew it. Dr. Mary Edwards Walker is one of my favorite rebels. She was the first female surgeon in the US Army during the Civil War, an incredible achievement in itself. But she was also a fierce advocate for dress reform. She wore men's suits for most of her adult life, starting in the 1850s, and she was arrested for it. Multiple times. Yes, arrested. Because many cities had laws against cross-dressing or masquerading, and women wearing trousers could be charged under these laws. Dr. Walker was arrested in New Orleans in 1866 for wearing pants. She was arrested in Chicago in 1867. In both cases, she argued in court that her clothing was practical for her medical work and that the laws were unjust. She usually won her cases, having a Congressional Medal of Honor probably helped, but the harassment continued. In a letter to President Andrew Johnson in 1866, she wrote, "I have served my country in war, saved countless lives, and earned the nation's highest honor. Yet I am arrested for wearing trousers, while men who have done nothing for their country walk freely. Tell me, sir, which is the greater crime?" The president never replied, but Dr. Walker never stopped wearing pants. She wore them until her death in 1919, enduring a lifetime of mockery, arrest, and social ostracism rather than go back to corsets. Then there was Frances Wright, a Scottish-born reformer who gave lectures across America in the 1820s and 1830s about women's rights, abolition, and dress reform. She argued that corsets were instruments of oppression designed to keep women weak and dependent. The male press destroyed her. They called her the Great Red Harlot. They claimed she was immoral, unwomanly, probably insane. Newspapers published fake stories about her personal life. Clergymen warned their congregations against her dangerous ideas. One reviewer, writing in the New York American in 1829, said, "Miss Wright's abandonment of proper female dress and her advocacy for women to cast off their corsets reveals a mind corrupted by masculine ambition. She would make all women into rough, coarse creatures unfit for domestic life." But Frances kept speaking, kept writing, kept arguing that women deserved bodily autonomy. She influenced a generation of activists who would continue the fight after her. The Dress Reform Association was formally established in 1856, bringing together women who advocated for rational dress, clothing that didn't restrict movement or breathing. Their meetings, documented in the archives of the New York Historical Society, show just how radical their ideas were considered. They proposed that women should be able to choose their own clothing without social punishment, that health should be prioritized over appearance, that women's natural bodies were acceptable and didn't need reshaping. These ideas were treated as extremist, dangerous, threatening to social order. One member, Dr. Lydia Sayer Hasbrook, published a journal called The Sibyl from 1856 to 1864, dedicated to dress reform. Every issue included articles about the health dangers of corsets, patterns for comfortable clothing, and letters from women who had adopted reform dress. The letters are heartbreaking. Women writing anonymously because they feared social consequences, describing their relief at being able to breathe, to move, to exist without pain, but also describing their fear of being seen in public, of being judged, of losing their social standing. One letter from 1858, signed only a grateful soul, reads, "I have worn your recommended dress in the privacy of my home for 3 months now. The joy of breathing fully, of eating without pain, of sleeping comfortably, I cannot express it, but I dare not wear it outside. My husband forbids it. My mother is horrified. My friends would shun me. So I remain imprisoned in my corset whenever I leave my house, free only in secret." Free only in secret. That was the reality for so many women who recognized the harm but couldn't risk the social consequences of rebellion. But the Civil War changed something. When the war began in 1861, women had to take on new roles. They worked in factories, on farms, in hospitals. They couldn't do that work in tight corsets and heavy crinolines. Practical necessity forced some loosening of dress codes. Women who served as nurses, like Clara Barton and Dorothea Dix, wore simplified clothing out of necessity. They couldn't tend to wounded soldiers while fainting from lack of oxygen. Their example showed that women could work, could be active, could be useful without corsets. After the war, some women tried to maintain that freedom, but society pushed back hard. The message was clear. The war was an emergency exception. Now things should go back to normal. Normal meant corsets, except more women had tasted freedom now, and they didn't want to give it back. The 1870s and 1880s saw a resurgence of dress reform activism, often tied to the broader women's rights movement. Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Lucy Stone, all the major suffragists spoke about dress reform as part of women's liberation. Lucy Stone gave a famous speech in 1873 where she said, "How can we ask for the right to vote, to own property, to control our own lives, when we cannot even control what we put on our bodies? The corset is a symbol of all that binds us. Until we free ourselves from it, we cannot truly be free." But even among suffragists, dress reform was controversial. Some leaders worried that focusing on clothing would make the movement seem frivolous, would distract from serious issues like voting rights. There were heated debates at suffragist conventions about whether to make dress reform part of their platform. The National American Woman Suffrage Association officially decided not to advocate for dress reform in their organizational materials. They thought it was too divisive, would alienate potential supporters. Carrie Chapman Catt later wrote that this was a strategic decision. Focus on one battle at a time. But some women thought that was a coward's choice, that you can't ask for political freedom while accepting physical bondage. The split revealed how deep the corset trap went. Even women fighting for their rights weren't sure they could fight this particular battle. Still, the dress reformers persisted. They started wearing corsets that were less restrictive, even if they couldn't completely abandon them. They wore reform corsets, or health corsets, that claimed to provide support without extreme compression. Were these better? Marginally. They still restricted breathing and movement, but they were a compromise, a way to maintain some respectability while reducing some harm. For many women, it was the best they could manage. The rational dress societies continued their work through the 1880s and 1890s. They held exhibitions showing healthy versus harmful clothing. They published pamphlets. They gave lectures. Slowly, incrementally, attitudes began to shift. But real change, that required something bigger than individual rebels or reform societies. It required a massive social upheaval that would fundamentally change women's roles and society's expectations. That upheaval was coming. It was called World War I, and it would finally crack open the prison that corsets had built around women's bodies. But before we get to that liberation, I need to tell you about one more aspect of this story. Because the rebels weren't just fighting for their own freedom, they were fighting for the future, for their daughters, their granddaughters, for women they would never meet. And part of that fight involved exposing something we haven't fully addressed yet, the modern echoes. The ways corset culture never really died, it just shape-shifted into new forms. Because understanding that connection is crucial to understanding why this history still matters, why what happened to Victorian women is still happening today, just with different tools. August 1914, Europe descends into war, and thousands of miles away from the trenches, in factories and offices and homes across America and Britain, something unexpected begins to happen. Women start taking off their corsets, not because they suddenly decided to, not because society had a collective epiphany about women's rights, but because war made it necessary. and necessity, it turns out, is more powerful than propriety. Let me paint you a picture of what war did to women's daily lives. Men left for the front, millions of them, and someone had to do their jobs. Someone had to make munitions in factories, drive ambulances, work in offices, manage farms, keep the economy running. That someone was women. And women couldn't do those jobs while corseted. Try assembling artillery shells while you can barely breathe. Try driving an ambulance through bombed streets while fainting from oxygen deprivation. Try working a 12-hour factory shift with your organs compressed and displaced. It's impossible. So the British government did something remarkable. They actively discouraged corseting for women in war work. Posters from the Ministry of Munitions, preserved in the Imperial War Museum archives, explicitly addressed this. One poster from 1916 showed a woman in practical work clothes with the caption, "Corsets slow production. For king and country, dress for efficiency." Think about that. For decades, women had been told corsets were necessary for health, for morality, for civilization itself. Now, suddenly, the government was saying, actually, forget that. We need you to work, and you can't work in a corset, so take it off. The corset industry panicked. They tried to adapt, creating war corsets that were supposedly less restrictive. Advertisements from 1917 show these modified designs with slogans like, "Support the war effort in comfort." But women were discovering something revolutionary. They didn't need corsets at all. Dr. Frances Hoggan, a British physician who worked in military hospitals during WWI, wrote about this in her 1918 memoir, Women's Work in Wartime. She documented how women's health actually improved when they stopped corseting. Less fainting, fewer digestive complaints, better stamina, better overall health. She wrote, "I am witnessing a transformation. Women who spent years as invalids, who could barely walk without assistance, are now working 10-hour shifts in munitions factories. The difference? They stopped wearing corsets. It's as simple and as profound as that." But it wasn't just about work. The war changed women's consciousness. Women who had tasted independence, who had done men's jobs and done them well, who had experienced what their bodies could do when not restricted. These women weren't going to quietly return to the cage when the war ended. And they didn't. After the war, in the early 1920s, fashion underwent a revolution that's hard to overstate. The change was so dramatic, so complete, that when you see photographs from 1918 and 1928 side by side, they look like they're from different centuries. The flapper style emerged, dropped waistlines that didn't emphasize the natural waist at all, loose, straight dresses that skimmed the body rather than molding to it, shorter skirts that allowed free movement, and crucially, no corsets, or rather, minimal undergarments that provided support without compression. The iconic 1920s silhouette was actually boyish, straight up and down, minimizing curves rather than exaggerating them. This was the complete opposite of the Victorian hourglass ideal. Women were literally binding their breasts flat and de-emphasizing their hips. Why? Because curves required corsets, and corsets represented everything they were trying to escape. Coco Chanel was instrumental in this revolution. She started designing loose, comfortable clothing in the 1910s, and by the 1920s had completely transformed women's fashion. In a 1926 interview with Vogue magazine, she said, "I freed the body. The waist I liberated had been imprisoned in iron, in whalebone, in steel. I made women comfortable. That was my revolution." And it was a revolution. The corset industry collapsed almost overnight. Warner Brothers Corset Company, which had made millions annually in the 1890s, saw their sales drop by over 70% between 1917 and 1925. According to their corporate records held at the Smithsonian, they tried desperately to rebrand, offering bandeau-style bra and girdles instead of corsets, but the writing was on the wall. By 1928, traditional corsets were essentially dead in mainstream fashion. Women still wore undergarments, bras, girdles, shapewear of various kinds, but nothing like the crushing, organ-displacing torture devices of the Victorian era. The change was so rapid that older Victorian women were shocked. Queen Mary of Britain, who had corseted her entire life, reportedly expressed disapproval of the new fashions. In a letter from 1926 to a lady-in-waiting preserved in the Royal Archives, she wrote, "These modern girls with their loose dresses and casual attitudes, I cannot reconcile myself to it. In my day, a lady had standards. Standards. That was the word they always used, as if suffering was a standard worth maintaining. But younger women embrace the freedom with joy that's palpable even in written records. Zelda Fitzgerald, F. Scott Fitzgerald's wife and an icon of the 1920s, wrote in her diary, 'We have escaped. We can dance all night without fainting. We can eat real meals. We can breathe. Our mothers and grandmothers were martyrs to an ideal that nearly destroyed them. We won't go back. We won't.'" The 1920s weren't perfect for women, of course. They still faced massive inequalities. The flapper lifestyle was really only accessible to wealthy white women. Women of colour, immigrant women, poor women, they had different battles to fight. But the end of the corset era meant something significant. It proved that beauty standards could change. That what one generation considered absolutely essential, the next generation could completely reject. That women's bodies didn't need to be reshaped to be acceptable, or so we thought. Because here's the uncomfortable truth I need to share with you. The corset never really went away. It just evolved. The fundamental psychology behind it, that women's natural bodies are unacceptable and need modification, that didn't die in the 1920s. It just found new forms. The girdles of the 1950s promising to slim and smooth, the waist cinchers of the 1980s, the Spanx revolution of the 2000s, the waist trainers of the 2010s promoted by celebrities on Instagram with the exact same promises Victorian corset ads made. Instant waist reduction, better figure, more attractive silhouette. In 2015, Kim Kardashian posted photos of herself in a waist trainer with the caption "Results." Her waist looked impossibly small. Millions of young women bought waist trainers. Doctors started seeing patients with the same injuries Victorian doctors documented: rib damage, organ displacement, breathing problems. Dr. Caroline Apovian, writing in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition in 2016, documented several cases of women hospitalized from waist trainer injuries. She wrote, "I'm reading medical reports from 2016 that sound identical to reports from 1895. We haven't learned. We're still crushing women's bodies in the name of beauty." The diet industry worth over $70 billion annually. Plastic surgery, breast augmentation, liposuction, rib removal surgery. Yes, rib removal. In 2019, several plastic surgeons reported performing rib removal surgeries to create smaller waists, literally removing parts of the skeleton to achieve an aesthetic ideal. Sound familiar? It should. It's the same thing corsets did, deforming the skeleton to create an unnatural shape. We just medicalized it and called it a choice. Or look at the rise of eating disorders in the 20th and 21st centuries. Anorexia, bulimia, orthorexia, all fundamentally about controlling the body, making it smaller, shaping it to an ideal. The corset is gone, but the mentality that created it is stronger than ever. Social media has made it worse. Now, women don't just compare themselves to fashion illustrations or carefully posed photographs. They compare themselves to filtered, edited, artificially perfect images hundreds of times a day. The algorithm serves up impossibly perfect bodies constantly, and our brains can't tell the difference between real and fake. The corset was external. Modern beauty standards are internal. We've internalized the compression. We restrict our own eating. We exercise obsessively. We pay for surgeries to reshape ourselves. We do to ourselves voluntarily what society used to force women to do with whalebone and steel. Is that progress? Or is it just a more insidious trap? I don't have an easy answer, but I do know this. Every time I see someone promoting waist trainers, every time I see a young woman talking about her diet starting Monday, every time I see plastic surgery presented as empowerment, I think about Victorian women and wonder if we've really escaped at all. The liberation of the 1920s was real. It was important. Women throwing away their corsets was a genuine moment of freedom. But freedom from one trap doesn't mean freedom from all traps. And the forces that profited from Victorian corsets, the beauty industry, the fashion industry, the industries built on making women feel inadequate, they didn't disappear. They adapted. Now, I don't want to end this on a depressing note, because there is hope. There is progress. The body positivity movement, the push for diverse representation in media, the conversations about unrealistic beauty standards, these matter. They're important. More women now understand that beauty culture is often harmful, that the perfect bodies we see are usually edited or surgically altered, that health is more important than appearance. These ideas, which Victorian dress reformers fought so hard to promote, are becoming mainstream. We're having conversations our great-great-grandmothers could only dream of having. We're questioning things they couldn't question. We're free in ways they weren't, but we're still not completely free. And we won't be until we fully reject the fundamental premise that drove the corset era, that women's natural bodies are wrong and need to be fixed. Your body is not wrong. It never was. The waist you have is the waist you're supposed to have. The size you are is a valid size. You don't need to be smaller, tighter, more compressed, more controlled. The Victorian women who suffered and died in corsets, they didn't fail. They weren't weak. They were victims of a system that lied to them about their own bodies, a system that profited from their suffering. We honour their memory not by pitying them, but by refusing to fall into the same traps, by recognising that beauty culture still lies to us, still profits from our insecurity, still pushes us toward harm in the name of improvement, and by choosing every day to reject those lies. The liberation of the 1920s showed us something crucial. Change is possible. Seemingly immutable beauty standards can shift. What one generation considers essential, the next can abandon. We're not stuck with the body ideals we inherited. We can create new ones, better ones. Ones based on health, on comfort, on letting women exist in peace in their own bodies. That's the real revolution, and it's still ongoing. So as we near the end of this long journey through corset history, I want to pull back and look at the big picture. What is all of this? The pain, the deaths, the rebellion, the liberation. What does it teach us? What lessons can we carry forward into our own lives, our own struggles with beauty culture? Because this isn't just history. This is a mirror showing us truths about ourselves, about society, about how far we've come and how far we still have to go. Let me share those final reflections with you. I want to show you two images. One is from 1895, a Victorian corset advertisement showing a woman with an impossibly tiny waist, promising instant figure perfection. The other is from 2015, a a celebrity Instagram post promoting a waist trainer, showing an impossibly tiny waist, promising instant results. The products are separated by 120 years. The pitch is identical. Welcome to the uncomfortable truth. We never really left the Victorian era. We just got better at pretending we did. Let me take you through a timeline that might make you angry. It should make you angry. 2010. Kim Kardashian posts the first of many photos wearing a waist trainer. She captions it, "They really work." Within weeks, waist trainer sales spike. By 2015, the waist trainer industry is worth an estimated $100 million annually in the US alone. The Kardashian family, Kim, Khloe, Kourtney, all promote these products. Millions of followers, mostly young women, see their perfect bodies and buy the trainers hoping to achieve the same look. The companies behind these products make fortunes. Sound familiar? Dr. John Quemmerly, a gastroenterologist at Virginia Commonwealth University, published a study in 2015 about waist trainer injuries he'd been seeing in his emergency room. He documented cases of compressed organs, particularly the liver and intestines, rib fractures from sustained pressure, acid reflux caused by stomach compression, breathing difficulties from lung restriction, fainting episodes. He wrote in his report, "The injuries I'm seeing are identical to those documented in Victorian medical journals. We are literally repeating history. The only difference is that now we call it wellness instead of fashion, and women are paying $50 to $200 for the privilege of harming themselves." In 2017, Dr. Galina Selesneva, a thoracic surgeon in California, spoke to Women's Health magazine about a patient who came in with a broken rib from wearing a waist trainer. The patient had been wearing it for 8 to 10 hours daily for 6 months, trying to achieve a smaller waist for her wedding. Dr. Selesneva said, "She asked me if she could keep wearing it after the rib healed because she'd already lost 2 inches from her waist. I had to explain that she hadn't lost anything. She'd compressed her organs and broken her skeleton. There's no safe way to do this." But the patient's response? "But Kim Kardashian does it and she's fine." That's the power of celebrity influence. When someone famous and beautiful endorses a product, millions assume it must be safe. They don't see the teams of doctors, nutritionists, personal trainers, and photo editors that create that celebrity image. They just see the waist and want it. Now, let's be clear. Waist trainers aren't quite as extreme as Victorian corsets. Most modern waist trainers don't have steel boning. They don't lace as tightly. They're not worn 23 hours a day, usually. But the principle is the same. You're compressing your organs, you're restricting your breathing, you're training your body into an unnatural shape through sustained external pressure. The mechanism is identical to Victorian corseting, it's just marketed differently. And here's what really gets me. The marketing is almost word for word identical to Victorian corset ads. Victorian ad from 1890. Achieve a 3-inch reduction in 30 days. Doctor approved for women's health. Waist trainer ad from 2018. Achieve a 3-inch reduction in 30 days. Medical grade compression for optimal results. Victorian ad from 1885. Celebrities prefer our corsets for their proven effectiveness. Waist trainer ad from 2016. As seen on celebrities, get their curves. It's the same playbook, the same lies, the same exploitation of women's insecurities, just with Instagram instead of newspaper ads. But waist trainers aren't the only modern parallel. Let's talk about plastic surgery. According to the American Society of Plastic Surgeons, in 2022 alone, Americans underwent over 26 million cosmetic procedures. 26 million. The most popular, breast augmentation, liposuction, and, here's the relevant one, tummy tucks and waist sculpting procedures. But there's a surgery that's particularly Victorian in its brutality. Rib removal. Yes, you read that right. In the 2010s, plastic surgeons started offering rib removal surgery, removing the lower floating ribs to create a smaller waist. Dr. Stephen Teitelbaum, a plastic surgeon in California, estimates that hundreds of these surgeries are performed annually in the US. He told People magazine in 2018, "Patients come in with photos of celebrities or Instagram models pointing to their waists. They don't realize those images are often edited, but they want surgery to achieve that look." You're removing bones, actual bones, parts of your skeleton, to make your waist smaller. How is this different from Victorian corsets that broke and deformed ribs? At least the Victorians didn't do it on purpose with a scalpel. The cost? Between $15,000 and $30,000. The risks? Nerve damage, breathing problems, organ injury during surgery, chronic pain. The American Board of Cosmetic Surgery doesn't even recognize it as a standard procedure because it's so risky. But women are doing it anyway. Because society still tells us smaller waists are better, more feminine, more desirable. The same lie, just with an operating room instead of a lacing maid. Then there's the Photoshop era. And this might be the most insidious modern parallel because it's invisible. A 2021 study by researchers at Boston Medical Center, published in JAMA Facial Plastic Surgery, found that 55% of plastic surgeons reported seeing patients who wanted surgery to look like their filtered selfies. Not to look like themselves, but better. To look like the edited version they present on social media. Dr. Susruthi Rajanala, the lead researcher, wrote, "We're seeing a mental health crisis driven by digital manipulation. Young women are comparing their real bodies to artificially perfected images thousands of times a day. It's causing body dysmorphia on a scale we've never seen before." Sound familiar? Victorian women compared themselves to fashion illustrations that showed anatomically impossible proportions. Modern women compare themselves to digitally altered images that show anatomically impossible proportions. The technology changed. The psychological harm didn't. And the eating disorders. Oh, the eating disorders. The National Association of Anorexia Nervosa and Associated Disorders reports that eating disorders affect at least 9% of the global population. That's roughly 700 million people, predominantly women and girls. The rates have increased significantly over the past 2 decades, coinciding with the rise of social media. Dr. Claire Misko, CEO of the National Eating Disorders Association, testified before Congress in 2021. "We are seeing eating disorders in children as young as 8 years old. They're learning from social media that their bodies are wrong, that they need to be smaller, that food is the enemy. We're creating a generation with the same disordered relationship to food and bodies that Victorian women had. But now it's starting earlier and affecting more people." The methods are different. Diet culture instead of corsets, calorie counting instead of lacing measurements. But the psychology is identical. Your natural body is wrong. Smaller is better. Suffering is necessary. Control your appetite. Restrict yourself. Achieve the ideal. But here's where modern beauty culture is actually worse than Victorian corsets. The Victorians knew they were being constrained. They could feel the physical restriction. Modern women are told this is choice, empowerment, self-care. I'm doing intermittent fasting for my health. I'm doing a juice cleanse to detox. I'm wearing shapewear because it makes me feel confident. I'm getting surgery because I'm doing this for me. The language of wellness and empowerment is wrapped around the same old restriction and control. It's harder to fight because we're told we're choosing it freely. But are we? When every image we see is edited, when every celebrity is surgically altered, when billion-dollar industries profit from our insecurity, is that really choice? Dr. Renee Engeln, a psychology professor at Northwestern University and author of Beauty Sick, conducted research published in 2017 about the mental load of modern beauty standards. She found that women spend an average of 55 minutes per day on appearance-related activities: hair, makeup, choosing outfits, checking their reflection. That's over 335 hours per year, 2 full weeks of waking hours for our entire lives. She wrote, "Women tell me this is empowering, that they enjoy these rituals, but when I ask what they do with an extra 2 weeks per year, they light up talking about projects they'd pursue, skills they'd learn, time with loved ones. The opportunity cost of beauty culture is staggering. Victorian women spent hours being laced into corsets, having their hair done, getting dressed. We judge them for that. But are we any different? We've just replaced the lacing with contouring, the corset with Spanx, the lady's maid with YouTube tutorials. Now, I want to be really careful here because I don't want to shame anyone for their choices. If wearing makeup makes you happy, if shapewear makes you feel good, if you genuinely wanted that plastic surgery, I'm not judging you. Individual choices aren't the problem. The problem is the system, the culture that makes us feel like we need these things to be acceptable, the industries that profit billions by making us feel inadequate, the social media algorithms that show us perfection and hide reality. Just like Victorian women weren't the problem, they were victims of their system. We're victims of ours. But here's the hopeful part. Just like the corset era eventually ended, this can end too. Change is possible. It's already beginning. The body positivity movement, which started gaining mainstream attention in the 2010s, challenges the idea that there's one acceptable body type. Activists like Tess Holliday, Jessamine Stanley, and Megan Jane Crabb use their platforms to show diverse bodies and talk honestly about beauty culture's harm. In 2019, the UK banned ads featuring heavily filtered or edited images without disclosure. Norway passed a law in 2021 requiring influencers to label retouched photos. Small steps, but they matter. Fashion brands are slowly, too slowly, but still, featuring more diverse models. Runway shows occasionally feature models of different sizes, ages, and abilities. It's nowhere near enough, but it's movement in the right direction. And conversations like the one we're having right now, examining history, drawing parallels, questioning norms, these conversations are happening more frequently. More people are waking up to the manipulation. More women are saying, enough. The question is, will we learn from history, or will we keep repeating it? Because right now, in 2025, we're at a crossroads. We can continue down the path where body modification, restrictive beauty standards, and appearance obsession are normalized, where the corset just keeps shape-shifting into new forms. Or we can choose differently. We can reject the premise that women's bodies need fixing. We can build a culture that values health over aesthetics, that celebrates diversity, that lets women exist in peace in their own skin. The Victorians didn't have that choice. Social and economic forces trapped them. But we do have a choice. We have information they didn't have. We have medical knowledge. We have historical perspective. We understand the harm. So what will we do with that knowledge? That question brings us to the final piece of this story. Because after everything we've explored, the pain, the deaths, the rebellion, the liberation, the modern echoes, we need to ask, what does it all mean? What lessons do we take from the Victorian corset tragedy into our own lives? What wisdom can we extract from all this suffering to ensure it wasn't in vain? Let's find out. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine this. You're a Victorian woman. It's 1875. You're getting dressed for the day, and your maid is about to lace your corset. You know it's going to hurt. You know you'll struggle to breathe. You know you'll probably faint at least once today. You know it's slowly damaging your organs, breaking your ribs, shortening your life. But you also know that without it, you have no future, no marriage prospects, no social standing, no economic security, no choice. Now open your eyes, you're here, you're now, you can breathe freely, you can eat when you're hungry, your ribs are intact, you have choices your great-great-grandmother couldn't even imagine. But do you feel free? That's the question that haunts me after spending months researching this history. Because technically, we are free. Legally, socially, we've escaped the Victorian corset era. No one can force you to wear a corset. No one can legally control your clothing choices. You have autonomy over your body in ways Victorian women didn't. And yet millions of women wake up every morning and the first thought is, I need to lose weight. I look fat in this. I'm not pretty enough. I need to fix myself. And yet we spend over $500 billion annually on beauty and diet products worldwide. And yet eating disorders are at epidemic levels. And yet young girls as young as 6 report anxiety about their weight. We escaped the corset, but did we escape what the corset represented? Let me tell you what I think Victorian women's suffering taught us. What lessons their pain purchased for us with their lives. Lesson 1. Beauty standards are not natural or inevitable. They're constructed. And what's constructed can be deconstructed. The 16-inch waist wasn't a biological ideal. It wasn't ordained by God or nature. It was invented by one era, in one culture, for specific economic and social reasons. And when those reasons disappeared, so did the standard. Queen Victoria's small natural waist became every woman's enforced goal. Fast forward to the 1960s, and Twiggy's ultra-thin frame became the model ideal. Then the 1990s, heroin chic. Then the 2000s ultra-fit look. Then the 2010s Instagram body, with impossible curves. Every generation thinks their beauty standard is the natural one, but they're all just trends, temporary, arbitrary. The ideal body of 1875 would be considered unhealthy now. Our current ideal will seem bizarre in 50 years. When you understand that beauty standards are constructed, you can choose not to internalize them. You can recognize them as external pressure, not internal truth. Your body isn't wrong. The standard is arbitrary. Lesson 2. Industries profit from insecurity. Always follow the money. Victorian corset manufacturers made millions by convincing women their natural bodies were defective. Modern beauty and diet industries make billions doing the exact same thing. When you see an ad telling you you're not good enough, your skin isn't clear enough, your body isn't thin enough, your hair isn't shiny enough, ask yourself, who profits if I believe this? The answer is never you. It's always the company selling the solution to the problem they invented. According to a 2022 report by Research and Markets, the global beauty and personal care industry is worth over $500 billion. The diet industry adds another $192 billion. These industries don't want you to feel good about yourself. That would be bad for business. They need you to feel inadequate, so you keep buying. Victorian women couldn't see this because the manipulation was less obvious. But we can see it. We have access to information about how marketing works, how images are edited, how trends are manufactured. We can choose not to buy, literally and figuratively, what they're selling. Lesson 3. The most dangerous prisons are the ones we're taught to build ourselves. Victorian women were physically laced into corsets by others, but many of them would have fought you if you tried to take the corset away. They'd internalized the belief that they needed it, that without it, they were unacceptable. Modern women aren't physically restrained, but how many of us have internalized messages that are just as restrictive? that make us police our own bodies, restrict our own eating, judge ourselves more harshly than anyone else does. Dr. Brené Brown, in her research on shame and vulnerability, found that women are incredibly hard on themselves about appearance. In interviews, women would describe their perceived flaws in devastating detail. When asked if they'd talk about a friend that way, they were horrified. Of course not. That would be cruel. But we're cruel to ourselves. We've internalized the lacing. We don't need Victorian husbands to enforce beauty standards anymore. We enforce them on ourselves. The antidote? Awareness. Recognizing when you're repeating internalized messages rather than expressing your genuine desires. Asking, is this thought mine, or is it something I was taught? Lesson 4. Bodily autonomy is fundamental to all other freedoms. Victorian women couldn't vote, couldn't own property, couldn't control their own finances. But underlying all of those restrictions was one fundamental lack of control. They didn't own their own bodies. Their husbands, fathers, and doctors decided what they should wear, what they should eat, how they should look. This bodily control was the foundation that made all other control possible. When you don't have autonomy over your own body, you can't truly be free in any aspect of your life. The suffragist understood this. Lucy Stone, in her 1873 speech about dress reform, said, "A woman cannot be free when she doesn't even decide what covers her own skin. All our fights for legal rights and political rights mean nothing if we don't first claim the right to our own bodies." Today, we're still fighting this battle. Abortion rights, reproductive health care, workplace dress codes that control women's bodies more than men's. The fundamental question remains, who gets to decide what you do with your body? The Victorian corset story teaches us that this question is never just about one issue. It's about the foundation of equality. Either you own your body or someone else does. There's no middle ground. Lesson 5. Survival is not the same as thriving. Many Victorian women survived corseting. They didn't die young. They adapted. They lived into old age, still corseted, still in pain, but alive. But they didn't thrive. They lived diminished lives, physically because they couldn't breathe fully, and psychologically because so much mental energy went to maintaining their appearance. Modern women do this too. We survive. We function. We're not literally dying from beauty standards, most of us anyway, but are we thriving? How much mental energy do you spend thinking about your appearance, worrying about weight, planning diets, feeling bad about yourself? That's energy you can't use for creativity, for relationships, for pursuing your goals, for joy. Dr. Engeln's research found that the mental load of appearance management has measurable effects on cognitive function. When women are worried about how they look, they perform worse on math tests, on verbal tasks, on problem solving. The distraction literally makes us less capable. Victorian women had limited options, so surviving was an accomplishment. We have more options. We don't have to settle for survival. We can insist on thriving. Lesson 6. Change happens when individuals become a movement. Amelia Bloomer didn't end corseting alone. Dr. Mary Putnam Jacobi didn't end it with her research. No single woman's rebellion changed the system, but their collective voices, their accumulated evidence, their persistent activism, that created momentum. And when World War I required women's labour, that momentum turned into transformation. Modern activists understand this. The body positivity movement isn't one person. It's thousands of voices saying the same thing. Bodies are diverse, and that diversity is normal and acceptable. You might feel like your individual voice doesn't matter, like choosing not to diet, or not to edit your photos, or not to buy into beauty culture is meaningless when billions of dollars push the opposite message. But every Victorian woman who defied the corset mattered. Every woman who said, "I'd rather breathe than be beautiful," contributed to eventual change. Your voice matters. Your choices matter. Not because they'll single-handedly transform culture, but because you're part of a chorus that's growing louder. Lesson 7. The next generation is watching. Victorian mothers corseted their daughters, passing the torture to the next generation without questioning it. They didn't know better. They thought they were helping. We do know better. We have access to history. We understand the harm. So what are we teaching the next generation? If we diet constantly, they learn their bodies are problems to solve. If we criticize our appearance, they learn to criticize theirs. If we prioritize appearance over health, over joy, over living fully, they learn that's normal. But if we model body acceptance, if we show them women with diverse bodies living confidently, if we teach them to question beauty culture rather than internalize it, we break the cycle. Every Victorian woman who died from corseting should have had daughters who were spared. Many didn't. The cycle continued. We have a chance to be the generation that ends it. Not perfectly, not completely, but meaningfully. Lesson 8. Progress is not linear, and freedom requires constant vigilance. The corset died in the 1920s. For a generation it seemed like women had been liberated. Then came the girdles, then Spanx, then waist trainers. The prison just keeps rebuilding itself in new forms. Freedom isn't a destination you reach and then stop working toward. It's an ongoing practice of questioning, resisting, and choosing differently. Every generation will face new manifestations of the same old control. Our daughters might not deal with waist trainers, but they'll deal with whatever comes next. AI-generated beauty standards, virtual reality avatars, genetic modification. We can't predict the form, but we can be certain the pressure will continue. The lesson is stay alert. Question everything. Don't assume progress is permanent. Each generation has to choose freedom again. Lesson 9. Compassion for ourselves and others. When I started researching this history, I felt angry at Victorian women. How could they do this to themselves? How could they corset their daughters? How could they not see the harm? But the deeper I got into their letters, their diaries, their stories, I realized they were doing the best they could with the options they had. They were trapped in a system they didn't create and didn't have the power to easily escape. I look at modern women struggling with eating disorders, with body dysmorphia, with beauty culture anxiety, and I feel the same compassion. We're all doing the best we can. We're all navigating systems we didn't create. We're all trying to survive in cultures that tell us our bodies are wrong. Judgment doesn't help. Shame doesn't help. What helps is compassion for ourselves when we struggle, and for others who are struggling. The Victorian women who died in corsets weren't weak or vain. They were human beings in an impossible situation. Honour their memory with compassion, and extend that compassion to yourself. Lesson 10. Your body is not an ornament. It's the vessel for your life. This is the big one, the fundamental lesson underlying everything else. Victorian culture treated women's bodies as decorative objects. Their purpose was to be beautiful, to be admired, to be ornamental. Function didn't matter. Comfort didn't matter. Health didn't matter. Only appearance mattered. And we're still fighting this, still unlearning the idea that women's primary value is in how they look. But your body is not an ornament. It's not something to arrange prettily for others to look at. It's the vessel that carries you through your life. It lets you experience the world, feel sunshine on your skin, taste incredible food, hug people you love, dance, laugh, create, explore. Your body is the instrument of your existence. Treating it as an ornament is like using a violin as a table decoration instead of making music with it. When you start seeing your body as functional rather than ornamental, everything shifts. The question isn't, does this make me look good? It's, does this let me live fully? The Victorian women we've talked about, Mary Ann Ward, Margaret Evans, Rose McCarthy, all of them, they couldn't ask that question. Their culture wouldn't let them, but we can. We have that freedom, so ask it. Every time you're making a choice about your body, ask, does this serve my life, or does this serve an arbitrary standard? Does this diet make me healthier or just smaller? Does this exercise bring me joy, or am I punishing myself? Does this clothing make me comfortable, or am I uncomfortable trying to achieve a look? Your life is finite. You have maybe 80 or 90 years if you're lucky, maybe less. Do you want to spend that precious time trying to make your body into something it's not? Or do you want to use it to actually live? We've spent hours together now walking through this dark history. We've seen the suffering, we've counted the dead, we've traced how the same patterns keep repeating. If you're feeling heavy right now, I understand. This is heavy stuff. But I want you to hold on to something. We know. We have knowledge Victorian women didn't have. We understand the mechanisms of beauty culture in ways they couldn't. And knowledge is power, not automatic power. You still have to choose to use it. But it's the foundation. Every time you question a beauty standard instead of accepting it, you're honouring the Victorian women who couldn't question. Every time you prioritize your health over appearance, you're living the freedom they died trying to achieve. Every time you exist comfortably in your natural body, you're refusing the corset in all its modern forms. This isn't easy. I'm not going to pretend it is. Rejecting beauty culture in a culture that profits from beauty standards is hard. It's constant. It's tiring. But it's worth it. Because the alternative, spending your whole life trying to compress yourself into something you're not, literally or metaphorically, that's no life at all. The Victorian women in this story didn't get to live freely. Many of them died young. Many of them suffered for decades. Many of them never got to experience what it feels like to just exist, without pain, without judgment, without constant modification. But you do get that chance. We do, and we owe it to them to take it. So here's my challenge to you as we close this journey. Choose one thing. One small way you're going to honour these women's suffering by refusing to repeat it. Maybe you throw away the scale and stop weighing yourself. Maybe you unfollow accounts that make you feel bad about yourself. Maybe you stop apologising for eating. Maybe you wear what's comfortable instead of what's flattering. Maybe you look in the mirror and choose kindness instead of criticism. One thing. Start there. Because this isn't really a story about corsets. It's a story about control, about freedom, about the ongoing struggle for women to own their own bodies and lives. The corset is gone, but the fight isn't over. It's just transformed, and every single one of us gets to choose what role we play in that fight. Do we perpetuate the patterns, or do we break them? Mary Ann Ward, dying at 43, whispered to her daughter, "Promise me you'll never wear one." I imagine all the Victorian women we've met in this story, all of them, whispering to us across time, "We suffered so you wouldn't have to. We died so you could learn. Don't waste it. Don't repeat our mistakes. Be free. Please, be free." Can you hear them? I can. And I think the best way to honour them is to actually be free, to claim the bodily autonomy they never had, to reject the beauty culture that killed them, to live fully in the bodies we have, whatever they look like. That's their legacy. That's what they teach us. Not to pity them, not to judge them, but to learn from their suffering and choose differently. So as you drift off to sleep tonight, I want you to take one deep, full breath. Fill your lungs completely. Feel your ribcage expand. Notice how easy it is, how natural. That breath, that simple, full breath, is something Marianne Ward would have given anything to take. Rose McCarthy died trying to breathe like that. Thousands of Victorian women never got to experience what you just did without even thinking about it. Don't take it for granted. Don't compress yourself voluntarily when they fought so hard to breathe. Your body is not wrong. It never was. The standards are wrong. The culture is wrong. The systems that profit from your insecurity are wrong. But you're exactly right. Thank you for taking this journey with me. Thank you for listening to these women's stories. Thank you for being willing to look at uncomfortable truths about history and how they connect to our present. I hope you sleep well tonight. I hope you breathe deeply. I hope you wake up choosing freedom, because you deserve it, and so did they. Good night, everyone. Breathe freely, live fully, and remember, the best revenge against systems that try to cage women's bodies is to simply, defiantly, joyfully exist in yours exactly as it is. Sweet dreams.